Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.
All right, family. Brother Zilla, how you doing out there on the West Coast?
Good, brother. Good, brother. How you feeling out there on these?
Man, feeling good, feeling good. How you doing, Brother Nas, Afro, Lioness, Sage? How everybody doing tonight?
Doing good.
Blessed.
I'm excited. Pretty good. And, yeah. Waiting for this space all week long, brother. I'm doing pretty good.
All right, we're going to let everybody pull in. We got the majority of the speakers right now. Everybody will be pulling in, real soon or whatnot. This is being recorded for the world to see. I heard that they got a Tethers Unite space right now. I heard that. I heard they got a Tethers Unite space. So, we're going to put on a real good one for the whole family because everybody's rolling in. Yes, everybody's rolling in real good right now. Yes, indeed.
What is the name of the Tether United space? Is it what the Legion of Doom? Isn't that like when the supervillains all get together, the Legion of Doom? Isn't that what it's called?
Something like that.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go ahead and get this thing started. The new speakers will pull in as they go, but we're going to get this thing moving all the way around. Everybody, welcome to the Foundational Black American Freedmen United space because we are foundational Black Americans. We're going to put out some real strong, positive energy today. We're going to let the world know because everybody's watching. Everybody's watching us very close. We've trended all year in money, different ways. You've had Foundational Black Americans, FBAs. It's been spelled out separately, and it lets you know everybody's watching us. But right now, this is the era of us. This is our era. We've seen everything in terms of our ancestors, our family tree. We've watched it all go down from slavery, Reconstruction, the indigenous era, civil rights era, but this is our era right now. And what we do is going to determine the future. So it's time that we all get together and we put out that real positive energy like I know we can. We got some good speakers today for everybody to listen to, and we just going to permeate it because everybody knows Foundational Black Americans, we hit different. We different. We not like nobody else. We walk different. We talk different. We move different. That's why the world dresses like us. They act like us. They talk like us. Everybody got to team up and combine just to come at us for 1 second. So we're going to break down everything that's going on, but we're going to do it positive. I promise you, from the beginning of this space to the end of this space, you're going to be motivated. You're going to be smiling. It's going to be good energy because that's what we are all about. It's that family tree. Like you can go get your grandmama, my grandmama, your grandfather, my grandfather. They could all sit down. You can put on Kool in the Gang, Teddy Pendergrass. You can put on Tupac, Whitney Houston. It don't matter. We all going to move the same because we got a common core. Everyone acts like we got these differences between us, but in reality, we united and we stronger than ever. We are stronger than ever. And everything that we put forth, we make it get done. This era right now, you see it. It's fresh and it's a new. And I'm proud to be a part of it. I love everybody. I see everybody right here in the comment section. I see everybody down here. Salute to everyone, all the familiar faces. Don't let anybody tell you we're not doing something special. We're doing something very special. We're the ones who are really regulating the community, and we're making a great day and even for a better tomorrow. So I'm going to pass this to my brother Zilla. We're going to break it down. Everybody's going to have a good time in this space, and we're going to keep it foundational Black American Freedmen United because we are always together 24/7, 365. Go ahead, brother Zilla.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the family, everybody, all of the speakers. Of course, y'all know this is a space where me and my brother always push the positive aspect of our situation. And today, we are definitely leaving Outside Beach outside. With that being said, I want to welcome all of y'all to moving forward. And that's what we really want to come together and get about this empowerment business. Because it's FBA Freedmen United, and all the speakers that we have right now have been invited to come. We have more later that will be rolling in. So this is not your typical space, but this will be a major big space. And if we can get to some anybody outside of the speakers that we have invited, we might. But if not, I think we have enough heat on this stage that y'all will definitely be able to get your positive feel today. We are celebrating Black excellence once again. So with that being said, welcome everybody. Black first.
Yes, indeed, family. The speakers are definitely rolling in right now. I wish everybody out there a great day. I hope everybody's in good health. Everybody's out there laser focused. And remember, we are all together. We are all together. There's nothing wrong with being loved. There's nothing wrong with being liked. There's nothing wrong with standing next to your brother or sister. Not at all. That's a great thing. Anybody out here who believes other than that is wrong and they're confused. All of us, we stand together. We've always stood together. Remember, we would not be here right now if we didn't stand together. The whole term, it takes a village to raise a child, that comes from us. That is our notion. When we say that we stick together and we lift each other up, look what's going on right now in Jackson, Mississippi. Look what goes on all across the country. We all we got and we have each other. And I'm gonna be honest with you, and I say this consistently, constantly, all the time. As long as I got this FBA family tree, I don't care whether you're from the East Coast, the West Coast, you from down south, up north. As long as I got my family, I don't care about nobody else. I don't need no new recruits. I'm not raising my hand saying, can we get some more people to pull in or can we get some more help? No, we got everybody that we need right here, a bunch of brilliant minds, brothers and sisters, kings and queens, goddess and gods, and I want to hear what's on everybody's mind so we can show the world that we are not separated from each other. We are connected to each other, and that's past, present, future, and that's always certified all the time. So with that said, we're going to get to the speakers. I want to go ahead and pass it to my brother Afro Elite so he can open up, and then we'll go through the hands so everybody can introduce themselves for folks who are not aware of them, but a lot of people are. We can just tell everybody what we're about. Let's do this thing together as one, as always. Go ahead, brother Afro. The floor is yours.
Well, first off, I want to thank our brother Black Alpha for setting this space up, and the co-host Beatzilla and all of the speakers in here. I want to thank every single last one of you guys, and I want to thank everybody in the audience too. And like I said again, can you please share this and retweet this, because it's one thing to catch a playback, it's a totally different frequency to watch a space live or listen to a space live. But I'm just a Black man trying to do what he can for his people. That's really all I'm about. That's all I'm dedicated to. I got a YouTube channel. I do things on the side. Everything I can do, I am doing to the best of my ability. I'm about global Black empowerment, prioritizing FBA though, because I am FBA on both sides of my family. So making sure we get our house together so we can dismantle white supremacy, because I do believe in the beauty and balance that the world can be and should be. And the first thing we have to do first is we have to get our culture together, get our house together, fix our Black American house, our foundational Black American freedman house. And then once that big pillar has been cleared, then everything else will fall into place like it naturally should be. So that's what I'm about.
Much respect to you, brother Afro Elite. I'll pass it to brother Nas. He can introduce himself, and then we're going to keep it going, and then we're going to start breaking down all the issues. And everything we break down, family, we're going to provide real solutions for, because it's about results. This is the results era. No more waiting till the next generation or things will be better tomorrow. Things are getting better right now, today, and it takes brothers and sisters, in which I all respect, right here on the panel. That's for the speakers and the people who are not speaking. But I love everybody, and we all stand together as one, and that's the main objective of all of us. So, brother Nas, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll go right down the panel.
Hey, so I'm just kind of like everybody else here. I mean, I just try to do my part, and I specialize on immigration issues because they've kind of been hidden. But I also, anything that I can find that's kind of being hidden on a local level when it comes to things that affect Black Americans or American citizens, I try to highlight it, and that's about that. Thank you.
Sister Nordos, the floor is yours.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Sorry, as usual, I wasn't ready. Peace, love, and reparations. And man, thank you so much, Black Alpha Network, Beatzilla, everybody that's participating. I see all the good family in the house, rational-minded people who want to come together with positivity, love, empowerment, education, upliftment. I like seeing us all together. This is what we need. Let's make this a no fool zone. The background on me is I've been at this for a very long time. I've always had a great passion for our people. I think it was because growing up in a white neighborhood, I always knew something was amiss. Thank God, even though my parents never really spoke about Black issues to me, they made sure that I had a lot of material about our history. And I think that greatly formed me. So without taking up too much space, I've been at this for a long time, feeling out of place when other people told me I was doing too much. I've always been involved in nonprofits. I help write grants. I volunteer. I do everything that I can, including the work that you guys are seeing and that you don't see. I've written a piece of legislation I hope to get introduced by the end of the year. I hope we walk away from this space, and I really need you guys to hear me. We know that this is an app. We know that this is Twitter, and we know that this is social media, but I'm really, really imploring everyone and urging you, have some cancel about this movement. If people want to engage in fuckery, allow them to do that in a fuckery space where they're not talking about our serious issues. Let's cancel people who are diluting our message, who are giving newcomers a false idea of what it is that we're doing. Stop entertaining fools. We're serious people doing serious work. There's plenty of spaces that are on some dumb stuff. We got this, people. We can do this. Let's just stay serious. We can have fun. You know, on Clubhouse, we had Clubhouse rooms where we didn't talk about anything serious. We were just such tight family. We sat up, drank together, laughed together. We had music rooms together. We had talent shows. But let's stop giving people passes and thinking this is just social media. So I hope you guys heard my request and my call to action, which is cancel the fuckery. Bet on people who are being serious. Peace, love, and reparations to you.
Much respect, sister. I like how you said that. This is a call to action for everybody to do their part. I don't care whether you got 5 followers, 12 followers, whether you're on the internet or not. If we all do a little, then we all do a lot. Each one teach one. So when we stand together and we start putting our minds together, you realize that we got a lot of brilliant people. Every soldier that we need, we already have. And we have, versatility and diversity in all fields. We got people who are brilliant in every aspect of society, politically, socially, out here in the real world, tech world. Everything that we do, we got is foundational Black American freedom. So what we have to do is what we've always been doing. That's just stay sharp, stay focused, stay motivated. And this era right now will prevail because you already see it happening. That's why all eyes are on us. Sister JL, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be really quick, just to kind of give a background into what got me I've always known that we are for reparations as Black Americans, but I graduated from my alma mater, Hampton University. If you know that school, there are a lot of Black people that go there, but there are a lot of Black foreigners. So by the end of me graduating from my school, I was basically most hated because I was, telling these people, hey, like a majority of y'all are getting scholarships. This is actually an American Indian school, which if you know American Indian, like basically Black Americans were enslaved on the property, just crazy stuff. And we were not getting the benefits. So the whole school against me, saying that I was divisive, as an Aquarius, this kind of fuels me because I knew the information I was putting out was trumping theirs. So I did. I went super hard. I know Nas, he's one of like the OGs of Twitter. I remember him and I used to get so much flack, and you'd be surprised at how it's kind of a majority thought process now. So I'm so glad that we're here as Black Americans. Definitely have been beating this drum as far as information for a while. But that is what kind of helped me fuel me, because so many people were against me, telling me I was wrong, telling me I was divisive. In modern day, those same foreigners are asking questions. So I do believe in that. I also have a duality podcast. That is my podcast. So it's coming back probably October, where I deal with metaphysics. I feel like this is important for our people to know, and so that they are able to work smarter and not harder. I think it's very important to understand how our mind deals with the reality that we create for ourselves. So that is kind of my lane, pro-Black American and also metaphysics.
Appreciate it much, Sister Lioness Crown. The floor is yours.
Peace and blessings. Y'all had me really tired from yesterday. Brother Sage, Brother B Zilla. But it was a great space, and we definitely did some straightening, getting these perverts about the paint and building on constructive things. My name is Lioness Crown. I'm from Washington, D.C. I am an educator, a national organizer, local organizer. I do a lot of advocacy work, and I do political consulting, media consulting, and educational consulting, and undoing anti-Black racism systemically. So that's who I am, and that's what I do. I'm also a scholar of life. The work that I do in the world is secondary to my personal healing work. And so I just wanted to also name that. And with that, I yield the floor. And thank you all for having me, by the way.
Much appreciate you all the time, sister. Much appreciate. And that space was off the chain yesterday. Brother Sage, it's on you, family.
First of all, I want to say, Lioness, no comment. Anyway, I do want to say, yeah, my name is Sage. A little tired, even though I took a nap before this. I had to be ready for this space. From yesterday, it was a lot. Anyway, moving on. My name is Sage from Brooklyn, New York. FBA on both sides. Family from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Mother side, father side from Louisiana. Just a truth speaker. I'm the one that I always speak up when I find the right opportunity to do so. I like to express myself a lot through music, whether it be, just getting empowerment out or just speaking the truth for specifically my people. Again, I'm a kid from Brooklyn, New York. There's a lot of others in Brooklyn, New York. So it's hard to be foundational up here and it's hard to stand 10 toes down. But I like to pride myself on doing so under the strict teachings of people that I've met early in my life, such as Dr. Kaba Kamene, such as James Smalls, these people that introduced me later on to Tariq Nasheed or Jason Black. So again, I just want to push the narrative forward with my family. And with that, I digress.
Much respect, family. I got to tell everybody, all the speakers and everybody in the room, I salute you all. I follow a lot of you and I learn from a lot of you. I learn from a lot of your posts, your intellect, your knowledge, your wisdom. And it's good because that's why you surround yourself with a bunch of, very intelligent, thorough people so you can learn from them, so we make us stronger. You don't always want to be the smartest person in the room. You want to have some people who are next to you. And it's good to learn from people. And it's all right to take things to, add to your repertoire so your knowledge goes stronger. And if I ever had to learn from somebody, I'm proud and it's my privilege to learn from all my foundational Black American family tree. And that's what we are, a family tree. It comes in a lot of different places and ain't nothing changed but the slang. So whether you're on the east side, the west side, the north or the south, we still represent this to the thorough and we represent this to the maximum. We're going to continue to do it. Now I'm going to pass this to my brother Marcel, my low country brother, and then we're going to get straight to the issues and we're going to put in that good work. Marcel, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, Alpha. How are you?
Lovely, family.
That's good to hear. I want to know what happened yesterday because I must have missed it.
Marcel, you don't want to know what happened, man. Just leave it alone. Just leave. You don't want to know.
By the time this is over, somebody's going to DM me all the details. I don't know how Twitter goes, but I'm Greg Marcel Dixon. I sometimes go by my pseudonym, Cato Amir, which is homage to where I am from the Low Country. And Cato, I once spelled it with a C, but I lost that account, so now I spell it with a K, is the name of the guy who led Stono Rebellion, one of the largest slave revolts that happened right there in Charleston, not far from me, like 49 minutes from me, at the Stono River. And Emir is K in Arabic, and it's used in a lot of, among the nations of Islam, and a lot of Black Islamic scholars. So I always like to think of myself as the rebellious king because that's what we're doing. We're rebelling against this system that wants us to be okay with not getting what we're owed, but yet wants us to show up and fix all the messes that we have not caused and yet be the bottom in a country that we built. I'm rebelling against that. And you know what? I wouldn't care if I was succeeding in rebellion or I was failing in rebellion. The only thing that's important is that I rebelled. So I am an educator of 17 years. I'm currently no longer an educator formally, but I'm still schooling people around here. So I'm still very much a teacher. I am from the Low Country. I've lived in a small town. I'm very proud of it. My entire life, named Ridgeland, South Carolina. It's right across the bridge from where Alpha lives, Hardyville, and then Ridgeland. It's a swampy town in rural coastal South Carolina. It's one of the many homes of the Gullah Geechee people in America. I'm fiercely proud of my culture. I'm fiercely proud of being a Sea Island Creole. I am fiercely proud of what we have been able to accomplish. It was nothing about me. I ran against James Clyburn, as I'm sure most people in the audience know, and I was never supposed to get the attention that I got. It was never supposed to happen. If you read how politics works, The last person who would have even gotten any traction would be some no name, no experience, no connection having guy from a small town that people just pass through, that's really not known for much besides a little nature walk that people like to go through to do drugs and all that stuff like that. And people used to get trapped on this little nature walk because alligators would trap them. They'll trap them on one side and trap them on the other side. And they take the gators out, but the gators always manage to come back. That's it. And we are right off 95. But we did that. We did that by showing that when we stand up and speak up, the world not just listens to us, the world copies us. Look at how they're trying to take hip hop. Look at how they're trying to always take, Louisiana Creole culture. Every time we stand up and speak up, they look at us and they listen to us. So I'm glad we're standing up and speaking up now for the most important cause, that is reparations. I'm honored to have been invited to this, and I'm honored to share the stage with everyone that's here. So thank you for having me.
Brother B Zilla, you want to piggyback family and go ahead and speak your piece before we get to moving?
Yes, indeed, man. I'm enjoying the good company here on the stage, and I see how as people are rolling in. Once again, as y'all are just coming into this space, if you could go ahead and tweet this space out. And I would also like to extend the stage to Brother Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, and Professor Black Truth. If they would like to come in, by all means, please come on up, and you will definitely get the mic, because we know your time is precious, and with all the respect due, gotta pay homage to cats that have already came before and had a Black State of the Union. So shout out to those three brothers for setting the standard, and we just hope to go ahead and continue the furtherance of that today with more of the family. As we expand, it is up to us to tighten up, make sure that we are understanding the things that are for us and the things that are not, and moving forward, leaving all the BS in the dust. So with that being said, family, let's get into it. So go ahead, brother, you got it. Let's get it.
Yes, indeed. Let's cook. Yes, indeed. If anybody's having any audio issues, because you guys know when we get together and we start making real progress and we start putting out real good energy, they start trying to mess with the audio issues. Some people, I'm sure, having audio issues. It happens every space. Go to your browser, listen, or keep coming in and out, and you'll get it right, because we're going to keep this thing going and won't nothing stop us at all. Never. Now to the issues. What I wanted to talk about was everything that's facing.
But I'm sorry. There's a way to get around the audio issues I found. So if you're on your cell phone, because they always do things to my spaces. If you're on your cell phone, usually like you have the Chrome browser and you have the internet browser that just comes with your cell phone. Sometimes take the spaces link, copy it into your internet browser. It won't take you to your app if you have the Twitter app on your phone, and you'll still be able to hear it and still be able to participate on the app. It's a little complicated, but it works. And that's the way I got around it. I was having issues too when I first came in this space. So sorry, just wanted to say that.
Brother, I appreciate that, because y'all know we put why loving hip hop is so great, it'll go through without a glitch. One time we start talking about FBA pride or foundational Black American freedom, then they're going to give us issues. So we're going to keep on pushing through it. I think more people are having, a good time listening to it than bad. But just like Brother Marcel said, there's a way around it, just like there's a way around everything that they put in front of us. And that's a microcosm on how we actually operate, as foundational Black American freedmen in this country. They put up a hurdle, we knock it down. They put up a blockade, we knock it down. They put up anything, we go around it, through it. But at the end of the day, we will win. And that's the main course of what I wanted to talk about with everybody here, from every single issue that we're going to go down today. And as I said, at the end of this space, you're going to feel motivated. You're going to feel good, and you're just going to have that FBA energy, because there's nothing like it at all. We set the trends. We are the culture. We are the most exceptional people on the planet. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. He says that all the time. We are not losing. We're winning. If we were losing, we wouldn't be here right now. Just our presence in this world shows you that we, as a people, collectively, we are unified, we are galvanized, we are motivated, and we are special. And we move like that, and we operate that, and everyone around the world, they see it. That's why they try to duplicate it. But like they say, often imitated, never duplicated. So they can try, but they're always going to fail. Now, as we get to the issues, and we all know this year has been tumultuous. This year, it started off with, the diaspora was coming after us, and then you got another group that was coming after us, and then another group. Every week, there's somebody, out there. We've all held spaces, and tethers pop in, and trolls pop in. It's everybody out there trying to dilute and divert our energy, trying to take us down, as Sister Lioness says, tethered time wasters. I think that's what you say, sister. There's a lot of them out there, and everybody wants to take what we're doing and derail us because they're scared. And they wouldn't do this if they weren't scared. I mean, to the highest levels, all the way up to the politicians, the Democratic Party. Brother Marcel was speaking to you, and we know exactly what our brother goes through in the political world, in the social world. We all deal with this. So it shows you when foundational Black Americans are codified, and we are, when foundational Black Americans are together, and we are, and when foundational Black Americans are unified, which we are, and you see it all right here in this space, the whole world stops and they watch. So we're going to continue to give them a show if they watch it. The first issue I want to talk about right now is immigration. Immigration is one of the biggest things out here because we understand that it is an apparatus, so where they can bury us under people who come from outside of this country, give them, all types of benefits, give them all types of luxuries that they don't see, that foundational Black Americans have been denied historically, and they pass it off to these other people, and these other people come here willingly. They'll say sometimes, well, why are we picking on folks? Because when it comes to FBA, anytime we make a real good point, they always try to play victim. Everybody plays victim with us. We can never just come in, the real truth. Anytime we speak with sincerity, everyone has to play the victim card, but we don't let them play the victim card because these people are completely complicit in anything that goes down in terms of immigration. This country spends billions of dollars on immigration. Everybody knows that. While foundational Black Americans have the worst clothing, the worst housing, we have the worst education, we get treated as if we are people who came here as visitors, and we didn't come as visitors. We're the people who started this country. So I wanted to speak about immigration as a whole and how that affects not just the cultural appropriation, because 9 times out of 10, when people come here and they have any type of, vitriol spite for us, we come to find out that they're really not FBA. I think Tariq had a guy call in the other day and he was acting like he was FBA. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They say, where you from? I'm from America. Where? The South. What part of the South? By the bridge. What bridge? The bridge on the other side of town. They say they from the South. They from South Nigeria. Okay, or they from the South Congo, but they not from the South in the United States of America because they are not FBAs. So I want to hear about the family. I want to hear what you guys think in terms of immigration and everything we say. Obviously, we're going to present the issues and then we're going to present the solution forward, because all of us right here in this panel, we have more intellect, we have more pride, and we have more solutions than anybody in Washington, D.C. I see more people on Twitter making things happen. I see more people on Twitter assisting each other and lifting each other up than you ever see with any of these folks out here in the political or social world. So I want to hear what everybody's got to say in terms of immigration, how we can combat it, how we can call ICE, as Marcel said, call ICE and call them twice. You know what I'm saying? As long as we can sit together and do those type of things, we have the power. It's all in our hands. So we're going to speak about how it affects us and how we can affect it in the meantime. Brother Zilla, I'll pass it to you, and then I'll allow you to pass it to the speakers.
Okay, so y'all, who know me, kind of understand how I feel about this whole immigration thing. I believe all immigration has been kind of negative towards us. With that being said, look at all the people who come here understanding that this country was made off of free labor. So right off the rip, you have somebody that clearly, whether it's overt or subtle, has a mind or a state of mind that we should just be here to supply them with what they need. For instance, the last tether that we spoke with was actually trying to tell us that it should be okay for them to come over here, take our resources and send it back to their country because their country's in dire straits. Now, when they talk about the government, that's their government. And so the government is still them people. Then they want to bring all of that different kind of mindset to our shores. They don't deal with our community. They get the loans that we don't get. They get the protections that we don't get. But yet our neighborhoods are, if they do anything negative, all of us are being lumped into their bad behavior. That right off the rip is just one thing that sticks out to me, because that puts a target on Black folks' back, because when they start saying crime, 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 you have a bunch of immigrants committing crimes, but then the police directly go straight after foundational Black Americans based off of that. We got to end that whole process too. Being said, my little tasty 2 cents on that, I guess we can go ahead and go to Brother Marcel. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm with you. I'm against all forms of illegal immigration. Okay, illegal is illegal. So if you're illegal, there's no discussion to be had. As far as legal immigration, it needs to be brought to a moratorium. And I can't stand that some of us let these so-called leaders among us say things like, "Oh, none of our ancestors felt that way." That's a lie. Coretta Scott King in the early 1990s, she spoke out against all immigration. Okay, all. Barbara Jordan, one of our ancestors that just does not get a lot of attention and love that she deserves. Barbara Jordan was against illegal immigration completely. She was for mass deportation, no exceptions. She was also for bringing legal immigration to no more than 50,000 years. Barbara Jordan was so knowledgeable about how immigration is harmful to Black Americans. She wanted America to only take in a handful of refugees a year. So even if it was a situation where people were seeking asylum, Barbara Jordan felt that America should not take in as many. And why? In one of her speeches, I don't remember the exact way she said it, but she pretty much said, and this is going to get to my main point, Barbara Jordan pretty much said, who's more in need of refuge than the black Americans? And that's my point right there. How dare this country take even one resource and allow any group to benefit from that resource and not the people that built this country through which other people want to flee. It has been shown, Center of American Progress, nearly 50% of the workforce in these following industries: agriculture, heating and air, roofing, flooring, construction, electrical work, carpentry. Nearly 50% of that workforce are done by illegal immigrants. If you would go back just a couple of decades ago, these jobs were mainly being done by Black American men who did not have a high school diploma. The majority of the Black American male population still do not have a high school diploma, as is common for most of the demographics in this nation. However, no demographic in this nation is going to face wage discrimination. It's going to face name discrimination, housing discrimination, mass incarceration, poverty than the Black American man. So the resources that should be going to us, even something as simple as us being able to get a job in industries to dominate, they're now no longer available. Housing, when it comes to the class sizes, you name it, all of these things are negatively impacted by illegal immigration. Then people like to say, well, they pay taxes. I don't want to hear all of that. There may be some that pay taxes, but think about all the taxes they use every single day. They go to hospitals. That's funded by taxpayer dollars. They drive a road. That's funded by taxpayer dollars. They use electricity from the electrical grid. Taxpayer dollars. They use mail. Taxpayer dollars. Their kids go to public schools. Taxpayer dollars. All of these things that they enjoy every single day are funded by taxpayer dollars. So when they actually pay taxes back into the system, they're paying a very small percentage of what they use. And as you said, and I'm gonna land with this. They say, oh, why don't we just come together? Why don't we just unite? I always ask them, Black Americans have been trying to unite for centuries. We've been the one putting our lives on the line, helping to stop the invasion of Haiti, helping the Ethiopians fight against the Italians, educating some of the first freedom fighters on the African continent. Okay, so helping to put pressure on our government to sanction apartheid South Africa, helping to stop the invasion of Angola and Mozambique, pretty much welcoming and fighting for Black immigrants to come to this nation. Yeah, as Beat Villa said it to his point, when they accomplish something, they're quick to wave their flag. We are all united then. They're not sharing their wealth with us then. But when something bad happens, all of a sudden they're Black. When something good happens, they're Nigerian, they're Jamaican, they're Bahamian. Something bad happens, now they're just Black. I asked them, how has this question's been asked? And I want to know if anybody can answer this when we go around. How has illegal immigration or immigration period benefited Black America? I asked the second question. What has unity done for Black America? Everyone say, can we unite? What is that unity doing when my Black American brothers and sisters are sleeping on the cold streets and you're going to your penthouse, coming on Twitter, bragging about how you're a doctor? What is that doing for my Black American brothers and sisters? I have yet to get an answer, and I'll end there.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Real quick, I see brother Naheem has made it to the stage. Real quick, brother, if you can go ahead and give the panel and the room an introduction to you, and then we'll continue with the question, starting with Nas after brother Naheem, and then Jael. So go ahead, brother. You can unmute yourself.
Peace, what's going on, family? Thanks for having me up. Shout out to the host. Shout out to everybody that's in the room. My name is Naheem, co-founder of Be the Power and the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. I was supposed to be on when this thing started, but we got like some really important conversations going on about these upcoming listening sessions with the OMB. So we're trying to just get on the same page with everybody so that we're not all over the place. So, I mean, I'll just end it there. Y'all get back to the questions. If you have anything to ask of me, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Glad to have you here. Welcome. Brother Nas, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. So when I was contacted to do this space, I haven't really been doing spaces that much. I just don't do them that much. But I thought to myself that when it comes to immigration, even though we have a lot of people that are on top of it now, I just couldn't think of someone to take my place to speak, right? Because so it's like learning the information and then knowing how to execute and never bending. It doesn't seem to be something that everyone does, right? Because some people soft shoe a little bit, and all that. But anyway, I was doing some research as well. And so I was going to break this down into 4 parts: visibility, protection, punishment, and counter information warfare, right? So the first thing I want to say is that their strategy, our enemies, is to pass all these open border friendly laws at a state level because they know no one is paying attention, and or they can control the news coverage and bury those stories easily, right? So step 1, with visibility, we need to look at our local city and state, news coverage, surface all the stories related to giving our resources to illegal aliens, document them on your phone, share them on Twitter, so that we can help shine a spotlight on it. And, let's use like a recent example. I know y'all probably heard of the California illegal alien lawsuit situation where they're like literally abusing the Black American workers, that thing. Well, those people who were racially abused for being Black, even at local level, and I haven't had a lot of time to look, but I cannot find a news story about it. Like, like a video news story on those lawsuits, because those lawsuits, I think, originated at the end of 2021. I can't find any new videos from then to now. Like, I mean, the new stuff, there's new coverage, right? But where's the old coverage? Like, where was that documented, in the local press? I can't. Everything good? I saw it said everyone is now muted. Everything good?
Yeah, I think you're good. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Yeah. So, the California thing. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that's a good example of how they bury the story. You know what I mean? And then by the time that they surface the story themselves, they're doing it. The LA Times is doing it. And if you pay attention to the LA Times, this is a very pro-Latino publication. And I remember thinking to myself, a pro-Latino publication talking about illegal alien Latinos abusing Black Americans. I'm trying to figure out how that makes sense. Like, why would they cover this story? But then when you look at the story, they're trying to frame it in a quote unquote global anti-Blackness type thing, right? So it's like, it's not about the Latinos racially abusing the Blacks while stealing their jobs. No, it's about the one Black Latino who's also abused because anti-Blackness is global. It's total bullshit. But anyway, let me go back to what I was going to say. Okay, so whatever you have to do, we have to do it and surface these stories for all of us. Articles, videos, whatever you find. Save the links, download the videos, screenshot the articles, copy the text of the articles, then share that content online. Why? Because they disappear this stuff sometimes. So we grab it and share it before it's gone. There are plenty of websites that allow you to download videos from social media. And for non-social media sites, you can use video download helper extensions on Chrome or Firefox or your web browser on your computer. Another thing, always back up your phone's data on your computer as one backup and in the cloud as another backup. That way you always have access to your data. I use local backups, so I do like Western Digital external hard drives are the most reliable. And I also use a service called Backblaze for $7 a month. It automatically uploads everything on my computer to the cloud encrypted. Okay. And another thing when it comes to highlighting immigration stories, and I've noticed this, they really try to bury the immigration stories where the illegal alien has killed an American citizen, because we're already seeing now that the immigration issue is like, not good for anybody's political campaign. So if American citizens in their mind knew that, hey, not only are they taking our money, they're killing us, and with dramatic frequency. You know what I mean? Like it's all the time. Like whenever I see a drunk driving crash, the first thing, and it's really spectacular, the first thing I'm thinking about is, okay, what illegal alien did this one? Because I mean, anyway, I'm not saying drunk driving crashes didn't happen before then, but I mean, in the last couple of years, these crashes that just happen, just kill a whole damn family, it's always some illegal alien or somebody who's not supposed to be here. But anyway, so let me keep going. I wrote all this stuff down, so I don't want to read it word for word because it's like a lot. Let me see. Let me go back down here. Let me see. Oh yeah, wait. Okay, no, this is important. When sharing like data, when sharing the things you find online, we need to share them to every platform, right? I mean, I love Twitter. We gotta share them here too. Like for sure, share them here. But we gotta reach those people on Facebook. We have to even get people on TikTok because TikTok people be going viral every damn day. So put that stuff on there too. YouTube, we gotta put it everywhere because at the end of the day, we have no help coming. Nobody's gonna surface these stories for us. Nobody's gonna put this narrative out for us. Nobody. The people in this room, that's all we got. You know what I mean? Like that's it. The people in this room, maybe a few other people who don't happen to be here because of their schedule, that's all we have. So we have to put this information out, and it has a dual benefit, right? Of putting out like illegal, like the dual benefit I want to say is this: there are stories. I don't know if y'all seen these, but if you dig a little bit too, you'll find stories where illegal aliens have murdered Black Americans. Now we get a dual benefit when sharing those stories, right? Because not only are we surfacing the negative impact of illegal aliens on Black Americans, waking them up or whatever, but also we're simultaneously destroying the narrative that there's some mystical, magical Black and brown coalition. If there was a coalition, they wouldn't be killing us for no damn reason. Their gang members wouldn't be killing our regular citizens who are not even in gangs. There's no reason. They wouldn't be firebombing Black grandmas out of their houses in California if there was an alliance or, whatever. So that's really important. Then when it comes to protection, now protection, what I'm talking about is future protection, right? Because let's say we surface every illegal alien story. That's great. Let's say we get some of our candidates elected. That's great. But at the end of the day, if we don't have ironclad laws on a state level, we will not be able to control this thing. I mean, national level is cool too. We need laws on the national level. But the thing is, what they're doing is, okay, let me just read this instead of freestyle it. So at a state level, we need to pass laws that will prevent current and future pro-mass immigration legislation. Pass a law that says only American citizens in your state can vote in a local state election. Why is this important? Even though most states say citizens can vote, the language is what they call quote unquote inclusive, which allows for loopholes. So we need to bury inclusive and think exclusive when we draft these laws, even so far as to layer the exclusivity to prevent for any unforeseen future legal loopholes. There are a few states passing these laws, but we need all states doing it, and we have to verify the language of the state's individual laws to make sure it's airtight. Some of us should research this in epic detail. And now when it comes to punishment, for all politicians, we need to get them on the record when it comes to mass immigration. We need to blast their social media with their stance if they're in favor of it, bring it up at every public event, and make them own their treachery to the American people. Take videos of yourself confronting them, film your friend confronting them. The reason being, in favor of mass immigration is a losing issue politically, right? So we need to get them on it. But they're going to try to avoid to talk about it, so you still force the issue. Get them on the record saying either they support mass immigration or they don't. Get them on the record so we can, and also in a time like this, we have serious inflation, extreme poverty in America. Supporting mass immigration and giving resources to non-citizens is total, absolute death to anyone's political campaign. Any politician in favor of mass immigration, open borders, DACA, cheap labor visa programs should be voted out of office. I don't care if it's a Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, or any new lame title they give themselves. Now, the last part, and I didn't mean to be so long, but the last part, information warfare. It's kind of the way that I operate. And basically it's this. We know that our enemies weaponize lies against us, right? They control the major media outlets. They control the major internet platforms, and they can even make a call to the FBI to suppress news stories they don't like, as we saw with the Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, Hunter Biden thing, right? They could just show up there and say, this is misinformation, and boom, it's suppressed. So our best bet is to outmaneuver them using the truth as our weapon. As you learn new things, save them like I described above. Make note files on your phone and or other documents that will allow you to quickly access video links and articles. Whenever you see them lying, you immediately post a video or article that counters their false narrative. When in person, you have to have the facts memorized as well as your sources. Another strategy, I guess, is to have a printed flyer with the information plus source and hand those out as well. Marcel does a really good job of this in person. We need an army of Black Americans practicing counter-information warfare online and in person. Our enemies have been waging an anti-Black American information war on us for centuries. We must consistently counter their onslaught of lies. And the last thing is the Jackson, Mississippi thing. Last night when I was thinking about this space and looking at some things, I know the whole Jackson, Mississippi thing, I just kept thinking, forget what everybody else is saying. I was just like, bro, what's up with these resources? This doesn't make any sense. Black Americans being forced to live around black water, like that don't make no sense in a capital city. So I started doing, and this is last night was the second time I did research, but a couple of days ago, I started doing my initial research. So I started doing illegal alien Jackson, Mississippi Google searches, right? Because I'm like, these resources going somewhere, you know what I'm saying? And articles were popping up left and right. I found out that Jackson, Mississippi was a de facto sanctuary city from 2010 to 2017 because they agreed not to cooperate with ICE. And I'll just say a side note here, the way that they did it was so treacherous. What they did was they took Black Americans' need to want to be protected in our own country because we're racially profiled. And then, they tied gender to it, and then they added illegal aliens to it. So then the Black politicians or whoever, activists, whoever, from what I glanced at, they were then talking about, if you want to stop this, it's racist for you to stop this law. So they're basically taking these illegal aliens, tethering them to us. It's just some crazy stuff. I was shocked that was happening in Jackson, Mississippi. But anyway, so last night I dug further. Apparently, the state auditor of Mississippi put together a report in 2006 named The Impact of Illegal Immigration on Mississippi, Costs and Population Trends. And I was like, this is incredible because I've never heard of this. As much as we talk about immigration, I don't think anybody's heard of this report. But like I said before, they bury the news, right? Anything that goes against their agenda, their open borders agenda, it's buried. Nobody's covering it, So anyway, 2006. Okay, so he estimated that the cost of an illegal alien to Mississippi would be about $510 per year. Now, this is a very conservative estimate. Okay, just so y'all know, this is not. Because think about it. Let's say somebody's doing food stamps or something like that. $500, you probably pass that in 3 to 4 months. You know what I'm saying? So this is very conservative. But he also took the estimated population. So he took the median. So I think the median would be 49,000 illegal aliens, right? Being present in the state of Mississippi. Now, 49,000 by 510, that's $25 million a year being drained by these illegal alien Latinos. $25 million a year, okay? This report came out in 2006. So I thought, let's think about that number over a longer period of time. Let's start at 2000. Let's extend it to 2022, and let's keep the 49,000 illegal alien number the same every year, which is super conservative because like a cancer, these illegal aliens invade America. So there's no way that number is still 49,000. Now, If we estimate the cost per year to be 25 million, like I said earlier, then you multiply that by 22 years, we arrive at $550 million being drained from the state of Mississippi. And since all resource dollars are allocated by the state, this is a super significant problem for a place, like Jackson, Mississippi. And someone said, I haven't double checked this, but they said that to fix the water in Jackson, it would be $1 billion. Okay, so if our number of illegal aliens was double, i.e., let's say there's 100,000 that were there for that same amount of time, instead of 49,000, the money needed to fix Jackson would have already been there. It'd have been fixed. And even if you only had 550 million, them black people would have been better off, right? And then it gets worse. I read, look, sometimes y'all, I'll share things and I can't even read all of it because it makes me so upset. Like that report, I got to page 3 or I can't read this shit. It's too much. This is just, it's just like, it's robbery. So get this. In that report, it said that the remittances sent from the 49,000 illegal aliens in Mississippi equaled 135 million a year. That's how much 49,000 illegals, that's how much they were sending out of Mississippi in a year. Okay, and I tried to do the math of that. The math was so, you multiply that times 22 years, it's a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? So I don't even want to. Anyway, also every year there's $10.3 million that's lost in sales tax revenue per year in Mississippi with that small number. And the other thing you have to remember is when they send that money out of the state, right? The 135 million a year, that money won't be spent in the state. It won't generate taxes to offset the services provided to the illegals. And one other thing to note, the 25 million per year number that I said earlier, that the 49,000 illegal aliens cost Mississippi, does not include Medicaid, does not include workers' comp, does not include unemployment, does not include social welfare programs. And they taking advantage of all that stuff. In the actual Mississippi report, they highlight that maybe in 2005 or 2006, there was a case in Alabama where an illegal alien was getting workers' comp. Because once again, the laws, even though to you and me, the law is very set that you have to be a citizen, they say it's written inclusively. So they use that loophole every time. So anyway, at this point politically, it's really us or them. It can never be both. The illegal alien Latinos, the anti-Black Latinos are literally eating our collective past, present, and future. If you aren't fighting against this invasion, you could not in good faith consider yourself to be a true Black American. Our survival is at stake, and when our survival is on the line, real Black Americans always stand up and fight no matter the odds. I don't care about political parties. Black American survival and prosperity are the only goals that I have. Nothing comes before that. Not being a Democrat, not being a Republican, not your dating preferences, not your gender. Nothing is more important. And yeah, so that's everything I have written down. That's everything.
Okay, I think it's my turn.
Yep.
So just to start off, just a side note, if y'all want to see how clean your tap water is, I would suggest y'all go to cloudwaterfilters.com. So you can put in your actual zip code and you can see how clean your tap water is, shower and tap included. The reason this is important is because a lot of people don't know, even the water that we see that's clear, it looks drinkable, it looks bathable, it is actually much more polluted than we think. So I would just advise y'all to look into that and think about filters, because it's actually a systematic problem. They have a whole bunch of stuff like fluoride that's keeping us dumbed down daily as a people, walking around like zombies so that we won't actually fight for our rights. So that's another thing that I would pay attention to. I just want to share to y'all this really quick story. I'm not going to take too long, but this is when I kind of got my real life wake-up call as far as immigration and how it was systematic. I was 16. This was my first sports car that I had. No, I'm not filthy rich, nothing like that. Side note, because somebody's going to say that after this space. But it was my first car I will never forget. I was actually in the wrong because I hydroplaned. I ran a red light, and I ran into the side of someone's car. Now, when this happened, I ran into the car. Everyone ran out of the car because they were obviously, illegal. So they didn't want to wait for the cops, They just ended up leaving their car, left. Police came. They never ended up coming back to the car. So long story short, I find out that the driver, I didn't find out if he was illegal or an immigrant, but he did have insurance. Now, what I found crazy was I thought this was going to be a draw. Even though it was my fault, right? The man ended up driving without a valid driver's license. Tell me why his State Farm insurance won over mine. So I still had to end up paying to this man that was driving without a license. Now tell me how many Black men can be driving without a license, let alone be able to have a loophole of how they can win an insurance. He probably would have went to jail. Do you get what I'm saying? So even when it comes to these immigrants of all, really illegal and immigrants, like to me, they're a protected class. This is what I find so crazy. I find them to be a protected class. You see a lot of the homeless people that are out here now, majority are freaking veterans, Americans, and they don't have any type of benefits, but immigrants in general are having these type of benefits where you're winning over my insurance when I have a valid driver's license. Think about that. That is systematic. So that's the story that I wanted to share. I found that to be absolutely crazy. Another thing that kind of started my, information sharing and, not caring about how many people are pissed off, because it's a systematic problem all in there. But I want you all to kind of look into what's in our water, because believe it or not, just because it's not Black does not mean it's clean. And I'll land there.
I appreciate that. Hey, you guys made a good point, and something I wanted to speak about is the fact that we're at a loss of resources across this country. But these people, at the end of the day, they're getting allowances. They're getting our reparations money. They're straight up getting our reparations money. They're getting allowances. When you talk about people at the border getting $400,000 apiece because they were separated by Trump, these are the things that we speak about. And anytime we talk about this illegal immigrants, and like the sister just said, quite frankly, you got to view them as a protected class. And Nas, you had said it best as well. When I see those car crashes, it's overwhelmingly these people who have no right really even being here at all. If you look at the water crisis situation going on in Jackson, Mississippi, I just seen Joe Biden say he's not even going to go down there. He's not going to even talk to nobody. He said the local people should act. But when it comes to illegal immigration, he says that the federal government has to act. And he's handing out cash. I mean, it's to the point where he's just reaching in his pocket and giving it to these people. So if we ever want to know what these refunds, of these people are, they're coming to our country and they're getting dollar bills, coins, they're getting fucking IOUs, any and every which way they can get money is happening. And you can see it going on in each and every aspect of our society. And that's in the East Coast, West Coast, the down South, and Northwest. I want to ask you, Brother Sage, what's going on in terms of up there in the East Coast? Because it gets a little different. You have, West Coast type of immigration, then you have East Coast immigration, and down here in the South, it gets a little different as well. I want to ask your perspective on it, if you want to piggyback on what Brother Nas and Sister J. Elder said as well.
Yeah, so I'm glad you segued into that. Speaking of reparations, so again, I stand on foundational Black Americans are the only people that deserve reparations. We deserve that in cash payment straight to our bank account. You can make it in one lump sum. Also, or you can make it in monthly payments. That money should not be taxed. Also, we should have free schooling, free medical. I can go on, but let me get on what's going on in New York City. Again, I'm a kid from Brooklyn, New York. Grew up here. My family's from the South. But here's the thing: we took in 8,000 illegal immigrants. I'm going to repeat: we took in 8,000 illegal immigrants in New York City. Let's say about the last 3 weeks alone, with more to come. Now, these illegal immigrants are living in the city, in Manhattan. And if any one of you have ever visited New York City, Manhattan is prime real estate. Let's say average rent there is about $4,000 for a one bedroom. That's the average rent in Manhattan. These illegal immigrants are living in Manhattan right now, free room and board in hotels throughout the city. Yesterday, I'm watching the news because I like to keep keep your friends close to your enemies closest. So I like to keep a little crooked eye on what's going on with my city, with politics. And the city government of New York is not actually going to fit the bill for that, which means it's going to fall on taxpayers, which means city taxes in New York are going to rise. Now, here's my question. I didn't vote for that. And I don't know, I see my brother Melrose is in here. I know he's from New York. He didn't vote for that. You understand? And why do we have to fit the bill for these people that broke the law? I'm going to repeat, they broke the law. When you go into another nation without them inviting you in, they're not on visas. They came over here breaking the law, and now they get free room and board. So like my brother Black Alpha said, these people, be it they come from Mexico, I don't give a damn where they come from. Whatever's going on in their country, they need to fix their country. After you fix your country, then we can talk about minimal. I'm thinking somewhere around maybe 100 people coming in, but 8,000 people coming into the United States alone, let alone one city, is ridiculous. So again, when you talk about homelessness, we have a lot of homelessness out here in New York City that aren't being taken care of. There's a lot of homelessness throughout this country that's not being taken care of. But we have enough money to take in these illegals that don't even belong on the soil. We have enough money to bring them in and give them food, give them shelter, give them fresh water, might I add. I just checked with Sister JL. I'm just now meeting her for the first time. I just checked in the area where they're sitting at what that water level is. And I'm not going to repeat it, but let's just say it's very good in that zip code. So that lets me know there's something very sinister going on. If you as a president cannot help Jackson, Mississippi, but these people that don't even belong to you, these people that are not citizens, these people that do not pay taxes to this government are getting a free room and board. That does not sit right with me, family. I'm sorry. I have to speak up for against that, and I will continue to do so. I don't know what the hell this turtle face-looking mayor is doing over here. You know, he walks around with a Trinidadian flag on his head from the Labor Day parade, whatever the case is. We need to get shit straight. And the only people that are getting, like, and excuse my language, you know, Brother Alpha, but the only people that are getting, you know, excuse me for saying this, shitted on are the foundationals. And I do not like that. I do not like the people that built this country or the people that, you know, get a crap taken on. I can't sit, that doesn't sit right in my soul. So again, I want to reiterate, you know, again, these people are living in Manhattan. They are living in one of the premier cities of this nation, one of the most expensive cities of this nation. They are living in free room and board. They are not paying for the rooms that they stay in. I will have to pay for that. My brother Melrose will have to pay for that. Anyone in here, if you live in New York City, to the sound of my voice, you will be paying for that soon enough. Trust me, I work in city government. I see how these break down all the damn time. And a change needs to be made. And with that, I digress.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that so much. Black Alpha, can you hear me, brother?
Loud and clear, family.
Okay, good, man. Because you know how Twitter do, so I had to switch devices. So I am back. I wanted to chime in on what Nas was saying real quick. Thank you real quick for all of those for those statistics and those numbers. That was really mind blowing to me. And that's the first time I heard anything like that. So I hope that everybody understands this space is being recorded. Please go back and listen to the information on this. And some things you might even just want to take notes on because there's a lot of information coming on out here. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Yes, indeed. Hey, I want to say that as well, Brother Nas. I mean, that was a complete breakdown. You know, I follow you all the time, brother, and you stay on top of this subject right here. And not just the things that you say, you know, on the news, you follow the details and the nuances of it. And I think that's what a lot of people miss in terms of immigration. There are so many things that never make the news. There's so many fabrications, so many hoaxes and myths that they put forth. So it's on us to actually see past that. You got to see the forest through the trees. And that's exactly what it is. That was a great breakdown, as well as you, Brother Sage, because it gets real murky and real tricky. And, you know, we all know that lies are the best friends of supremacy, of tethers. That's what they always want to put in front of us. But people like us are certified. We see around that type of stuff. And that's why we're able to function with good manner. Now, I got a question for my brother Afro Elite, because he is in Chicago. And if I'm not mistaken, brother, that's a sanctuary city. And a lot of people, as we speak about not knowing the nuances, don't understand what a sanctuary city is. And I'm not going to break it down. I want my brother Afro to break it down for me, family. And, you know, much respect to you as always, brother. So I'm going to give you the floor and I want you to speak on immigration, family.
Okay, thank you. Well, pretty much what a sanctuary city is that you can come as a undocumented alien. We say undocumented citizen. That's an oxymoron. They're not citizens if they're not documented. So they're undocumented aliens. They get to come to the city and pretty much benefit off of the policies and resources as a citizen. And as JL said, they're pretty much a protected class. and a sanctuary city. That's literally what the name is a sanctuary from the laws that prevent them from tethering off the resources. So they get to come, they get to file for unemployment, they get to, literally unemployment, they get to file for government assistance, food stamps, welfare, all of these other things, these government assistance benefits that are supposed to be for actual citizens. In a sanctuary city, they get all of the protections and more so, because the police can't do certain things to them. They can't arrest them or brutalize them, or else they face more extreme punishment than they would if they did an actual citizen. And as we know, as Black American citizens, we don't even get those protections. So Chicago has been like that for a while. Chicago has a very bad immigration issue. In fact, I talked about this on my last broadcast. Over 150 immigrants have been bussed over here, and Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago, has set up a website asking people, Chicagoans, to donate to help the immigrants that have been come over here. 150 in the matter of a week. In one single week, we have 150 new immigrants, new Mexican immigrants who've come over here. And now Chicagoans are supposed to be donating to help them get resources and to help them get their leg up. Okay, that's how bad the situation in Chicago is. I want to say all immigration, and this just goes for every bit of immigration. I'm not going to try to be too long, but every immigration has been used against us, if we're going to be honest with the history of the situation, dating all the way back from the Homestead Act in 1862. Okay, so we have to understand that, and especially illegal immigrants. They've brought them over here because they realize that, okay, we're going to need support against these Black folk that's over here. So we're going to have to bring more people over here who's going to be on our side against them. So they're bringing them over here. They're giving them, like other speakers have said, our resources, because you have to understand, for anybody to come over to a new foreign land and get employment and get government assistance, especially these illegal immigrants, a lot of them can barely even speak a lick of English. You have to invest a lot for them to get homes and housing and education. It's a lot of investment that goes into them at one point in time, just for them to be able to come over here and do any bit of work. They make it seem like they're coming over here and they're building houses. A lot of them don't know how to do all of this hard, heavy labor work. A lot of them don't. They get trained to do that stuff because money gets invested in their training. Money gets invested in them learning how to speak English. Money gets invested in them getting houses and them getting government assistance. And that money should be dedicated to us. That's our money that is going to them. And I end this point by saying, too, politically speaking, this is not a Democratic issue or Republican issue like they try to make it out to be. A lot of Republicans try to make it out to say, oh, look at the Democrats that's allowing them to come over here. Democrats are allowing them to come over here. The Republicans don't openly allow immigration to come over here. But what the Republicans are not doing is that they're not jailing and arresting the landlords of these illegal aliens. They're not, or the employers of these illegal aliens. You have a whole bunch of employers that pay for them under the table. You have a whole bunch of landlords that allow them to come into their homes under the table. And the Republicans know about that, but they're not going to charge the white folk. They're not going to arrest the white folk for assisting the immigrants coming over here. So it's not a Democratic or Republican issue. They're both on the same side as far as illegal aliens. And I land there.
Hey, I'm back. Did I miss my turn?
No, it's on you, sister, because I was going to ask you about everything going on out there on the West Coast. In terms of immigration, that's what we're speaking of right now. So go ahead and elaborate.
I was here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was here for most of the immigration talk, and then I thought my phone was charging and it wasn't. And so I will bring up what's going on in LA in a minute. And I hope that I don't touch on a lot of points that everyone said. Like I said, I heard most people. I just didn't hear the full breadth of the last speaker. Once again, thank you for having an informational space with people who do take this serious and have a love for our people in their heart 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just thank you guys for being visionaries so we can clean up what's happening in these Twitter streets. But having said that, I'm a big proponent of continuing to have these conversations. People keep on saying that, oh, that's all y'all talk about. No, it's not all we talk about. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we can discuss anything and everything that is harming us as a people. And for the people that don't want to hear it, you can just tune out. But we're serious about saving our people. We're in dire straits. We need to educate our families. We have to start with our families. And sometimes, man, talking to my family is like, oh God, I don't even know how to explain it. They can be your worst, I don't know, push back the worst. But come up with easy ways to discuss it, like analogies that the common person understands. Like when you're trying to explain it to them, explain to them if they were the only family on the block, if we all lived in one house, and then we're the family that's constantly feeding everybody else. There's a recession and there's high unemployment, right? But everybody knows that they can come to our house and eat, right? So we're constantly feeding the poor, but now it's catching up with us. We're starting to go broke, even though we see these people getting on their feet, right? And they're getting jobs, right? But now all of a sudden they're too good for us. Our house isn't good enough for them. Our food isn't, tasty enough for them. It's not healthy enough. We don't prepare it the right way. You have to get them to understand that you can't keep helping ungrateful people who call us poor and lazy, and side with our enemy to keep us unemployed and poor. So come up with anecdotes or analogies or metaphors so that your family will get it. And what I've seen from at least 2015, when I've been talking about this heavily, it's starting to happen to us so frequently. People turned within a year. People are calling me up. Oh my God, let me tell you what happened on my job. I got fired. I got written up. And it was a Latino. It was an African. It was an Afghan. They are taking us down. We're dealing with desperate people, and we don't comprehend the level of desperation that other people are coming from. No, everyone that's coming here is not poor. So let's address that first. A lot of the immigrants that you see at the top levels from the Middle East, from Eastern Europe, from Africa, from Spain, from Argentina, those are wealthy people. Don't you be fooled. They're just taking a plane trip over here to go to college. Most of them are coming with high-level degrees already, or they're coming here to meet up with their families and start businesses. That's why we see people like Issa Rae, Daniel Kaluuya, David Oyelowo. I forgot. It's a few of them, a ton of them. They didn't just pop up on the Hollywood scene. These are dignitaries' kids. These are doctors' children. They're coming here with a leg up over us and then sucking their teeth. What is wrong with you? I beg. What is this? Are you not to work harder? That arrogance. The Latinos are coming here with the same thing. But anyway, find a way, please, to talk to your family. That's the most important thing. You got to get your family. I used to say, get the low-hanging fruit, get whoever you can. But in surviving starts with your family. Sometimes you're going to have to leave them behind, but you got to get your family on code so you can form like Voltron. So we can all see what's going on. If we need to move back together, if we need to pool our resources, if not, make a family. On this app, there's a lot of different accounts that are for immigration reform, like FAIR. Follow FAIR. Follow any immigration reform group and start commenting so that they understand that Black Americans are staunchly anti-immigration. Get with it. As we fight for reparations, there's something else that is heavily, I have so many projects I'm trying to work on, so now I'm trying to discipline myself and pare it down. But some of the things I say, I hope you guys will pick up the mantle and go work on some of these projects. We all need to be working on all these different projects. And I told myself, I have an organization of people that I work with. But I was like, I can't hoard all the projects. Hopefully other people will do it. So let me start with this. Otherwise, I have so much on my mind. As we fight for reparations, let's do the same thing. Let's pay attention to what every other ethnic group is doing. Everybody else is getting legislation passed and getting funding allocated to them and getting money for education about whatever their plight is. The Armenians have this Armenian Day and the government gives them money so people will understand what happened to the Armenians. I'm not going to go into a lot of stuff because it's not my space, but listen. When we fight for reparations, we have to make sure that we fight for money for education about what we contributed to this country, leading up to reparations starting now. We should be lobbying for political service announcements. This government is behind this whole global hate campaign against us. If we play this right, we can force them. Forget about Black History Month. No, you're going to start running PSAs all year round, telling the whole world what we've contributed to this country. And the reason we need this, one of my friends is in the space. I'm not going to call out his name and put him on blast. But when I'm out and about and I'm on the telephone, he laughs. He's like, I can't believe the things you say to people. I start conversations. I'm a friendly person in real life. I like to laugh. I like to giggle. I'm very serious, though. So if I see immigrants doing things I don't like, I say it. If I want to know where you're from, I ask it. If people say something weird, I check them. My friend is like, and then I don't get into arguments. He's like, how are you doing this? And I said, because when you speak your truth and you're speaking it from a place of knowledge and a place of belonging, people really don't kind of want to challenge that because they don't know what the freak they're talking about. And I'm going to give you an example. I talk to people all the time, all different ethnicities. Make sure they're not us when I'm talking about this, but I couldn't figure out how they're so smug. 20 years in the country at best. Some of these people are 20 years old. Some of their parents are only like 30, 40 years old, and they're so smug, especially the Latinos here in LA, which I'll get into that in a minute. How do they think that coming from another country, that they have as much skin in the game as us? How do they think coming from another country that they have history here? How do you have history when you're only 2 generations in? And how do you look at a people that have been here beyond 500 years before the founding of this country and say we've done nothing? So that's a level of willful hate, because you can't think that a people have been in this country sitting in the projects snacking on watermelon and chicken for more than 500 years. You left your country where your history lies. People have been in my spaces where I've challenged Latinos and Africans. I go, well, let's have a cultural versus. They don't know what a versus is, so I explain it. And I go, let's put your history in this country up against the history of my people, and we'll win hands down. And they get very upset with me. Oh, no, that's not true. And I said, there's nobody, not even white people, that can go up against us as far as all of our contributions, accomplishments, cultural contributions, and rich history in this country. Think about that. Who could win? Nobody. Nobody. How are you in this country? You just got your butt over here and you think you're better than us. That's wild to me. So anyway, another thing we need to be fighting for, not just making sure that they start doing public service announcements, sending out mail campaigns about how great we are. We need them to make sure that the citizenship test includes our history. When they're studying, when immigrants are coming here, and then they have to study when they're getting their naturalization exam and they're about to take their oath, they need to understand that we built this country. Not only did we build this country, we built our own towns. And white people burnt those to the ground. Towns with airports, with train stations, with libraries, with bustling downtowns, and our own little version of suburbs. They don't know that. Some of these people aren't faking. The average human is dumb as a rock. Y'all got to remember that. It took me a long time. My friend kept trying to get me to understand it. There's a reason Trump kept saying, I love my voters dumb. The average person only wants to watch TV and be told what to do and who to vote for. These immigrants literally think that whites did all this. They don't know that everything whites have is stolen. They don't know that they have unearned privilege, wealth, and power. They do not know that. As much as they say they dislike white people, they still think they're the great and mighty innovators, and we have to change that. They don't know that the food of this country, almost everything was created by us. The dances, the music, all the athleticism, the Olympic medals, the holidays, the commemorations, everything American is us. And I'm asking somebody because I don't have the bandwidth to work on it. Can we get a working group of people that are going to figure out how the Immigration and Naturalization Service works, how we get them to change the exam, how we lobby to get our history put on the exam so these people will stop bringing their butts over here on some bullshit? Because the ones that are coming from poverty, they would just want to look down on somebody. And in their country, they're coming from being the people looked down on and the caste system. And I hope I'm not taking too much time. Just please give me a little bit more grace. You guys know this is my jam, right? You hear that beat? Anyway, let's think about another thing. Let's not let people gaslight us. Every country in the world, except for us, has strict laws because they understand that resources aren't resources. I have food on my mind. Resources are not finite. So how are we supposed to compete with people that they're flooding in and we already have limited resources? Just think about that. Oh, the unemployment rate is this, and why are you bringing in new people to compete with us? Oh, I don't know if you guys know, I was in a space earlier today. I go in a variety of spaces, and I went into the space and I was just listening to, experts talk about the energy crisis. There's an energy crisis, but no one ever talks about it. All of these food plants are being burned down and sabotaged all around the nation. And we're all sitting here like, do. The immigrants know they're going to be okay. They know that the U.S. government isn't going to bring them here and then release them into the wild with no money, no housing, no transportation, no telephones, no English lessons, no political lessons, no civic lessons. They're getting all of that for free from the government for a bare minimum of a year, but mostly longer. So what we have to do is make sure that we don't get gaslighted feeling sorry for other people while we're here starving. I live in Los Angeles. The homeless has now reached more than 50% of Black American freedmen, and more than 50% of those are our Black American freedmen FBA men. I need you to think about what I just said. Meanwhile, every day I walk around LA, my stomach hurts. Everywhere I go, all the employees are Latino. Every retail store, every restaurant, every fast food, they're now in corporate America and they're cleaning house. I'll save it for another day. I got a lawsuit I'm working on. We see some lawsuits already going. Let me move on. Okay, so my original topic was all around the world, they have strict laws, right? Right now, the Bahamians are fighting to block Haitians from coming into the Bahamas because they're displacing them in the workplace. This is about economics, cultural viability, ethnocide. We are silently being ethnocided. There's nothing wrong with standing up against immigration. We've been taught to be this loving, kind people. Oh, these poor people, they're coming here. Nah, they don't give a damn about you. The Somalis have this thing going where there's Somalis and there's Somali Ethiopians, right? The Somali Ethiopians fight with the Ethiopians, whatever. The whole point is they're like, this is our land. No, this is our land. Everybody understands resources. The Nigerians just passed a law that in their entertainment industry, you have to be Nigerian. Why? Because they understand economics. The Nigerians are being ousted everywhere, all around the world. The United States is acting real slow and real funny. And I've been tracking Nigerian crime, not just here, but all over the world. But when did our problems really start with Black immigrants? When did they get real buck and real loud? Over the last 5 years. And who got loud? The other immigrants, Black immigrants, were over here being humble. But here came the Nigerians doing what Nigerians do. Oh, we are better. We are better than you. What are you doing? You are doing nothing. Who does that? Who does that, period? Why would you come to another person's country to talk down on them? Because that's what they do in their country. They have a caste system. They talk to their people nasty. They have war and tribalism, and it's not just Nigeria. Europe, what was it? Brexit. That's why they wanted to separate from the, what is it called? The European, whatever it's called.
The European Union. Sister Noto, you know you ain't got to get all of it off right now.
No, I'm wrapping up. You know, those other people spoke a damn long ass time. I'm getting mine done. I'm getting mine done. I'm about done.
All right, cool.
Okay, then another thing. Let's look at this. New York is spending $300 million a year to house illegal immigrants. That's our money. Right now, there's studies that are saying that trillions are being lost because they won't hire Black Americans. Now, pay attention to what's happening in the farming sector. In the farming sector, they're now pushing to bring in more immigrants to farm while reneging on the deal to make Black American farmers whole. I'm just trying to show you every aspect. I'm almost done. In LA, this shit, like, my heart, I can't even tell you. I don't even like going outside anymore. This is Latino capital. I'm seeing Indians, Asians, everybody. So anyway, I'm about to close. I promise you. Another thing, real quick, infrastructure. What is also happening, I'm going to speak for Los Angeles. They're saying we're having a housing crisis. Why would we be having a housing crisis? Why would you keep bringing in new people and we don't even have enough housing for the people here? The crime out here is crazy, but they only report Black crime. You can Google this. There's towns in Mexico. There's 2 towns. Their whole economy is based on remittances from the U.S. The whole town. I'm going to close with these last couple of thoughts. COVID. Me and my friends kept saying, what's going on? What's going on? Why do they have us in the house? This doesn't make sense. I've lived through flus worse than COVID. I had COVID and a flu worse than COVID. We came out of COVID and there's immigrants everywhere. They processed all those people while we were in the house and gave them all those goodies that they gave them. So I'm going to close with this. I posted 2 things in the Jumbotron about mass deportation, and I forgot something else. Immigration harms Americans. Immigration harms Black Americans mostly. Thank you for letting me speak. Let's go hard. Go hard or go home, and don't think calling ICE is a bad thing. When you see illegal activity, you report it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister Nordos. And shout out to the work that you was doing down there in LA, taking it to Power 106. Real quick, before I could get to Marcel, I wanted to get to my sister Linus Crown. But I wanted to also reiterate, again, this is a invited speaker space today. So if somebody, I know y'all, I've seen a few requests. So if y'all wondering what's going on, as y'all see, we have a loaded stage today. So making sure that we have time for all of our speakers to get in to speak. We have a few questions for all of our speakers today. So with that being said, I'm gonna get to Linus Crown, Naheem, and then we're coming back to Marcel. So Linus Crown, it's on you, sister.
Yes.
So may I be quick? I just want to say people are still having trouble hearing, and I'm just trying to remind them people have been doing the suggestion. Just copy the link and paste it in your phone's internet browser, and it'll be much better that way. Because sometimes Twitter can control the algorithm of the app. Like when I was banned from Twitter, I would have to use my browser at first because they can't track the packets. Then it's a little technical, but for people who have a problem, I just wanted to let them know that so they can enjoy, because we really are building in here.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Brother Marcel. We definitely are building. And so I will also suggest just deleting or blocking any of those troll accounts or burner accounts at the bottom. Who knows, like, if they're draining out the energy of the algorithm or the frequency in the space. But I want to comment on several things that I heard. I put a few things in the Jumbotron too. And so I'm really grateful for all the jewels that were dropped so far. But everyone who's spoken so far, I've been taking notes. I did put up some video footage of, from some tweets of what's actually going on over there with the deportations, the mass deportations of Nigerians from Dubai. And, you know, to our sister Nordo's point, like, this is not, it's not rocket science, right? If folks are coming or immigrating into your country and there are more consequences than benefits to that migration and it doesn't work, then people will definitely, you know, those nations will act within their own interests. So you can just flip through the Jumbotron and see those. The other thing I put in the Jumbotron, which is what I really want to speak about, is this sort of pathologizing about those of us who are sane enough to advocate for our own interests as foundational Black Americans and freedmen. And what I mean by that, there's a tweet that was put out by Omawali Africa, where he did an interview with one of my teachers, actually, Dr. Joy DeGruy, who wrote Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. And if you watch the clip, he pulls up the Foundational Black American site, and then he commences to push something called a Black replacement theory. There's actually no such thing as Black replacement theory. From what I've gathered, I believe that the brother Omawali Africa is a non-foundational Black American. There is such a thing as a white replacement theory, right? The Buffalo shooter wrote that whole manifesto, which was allegedly, possibly, aided and abetted by a senior white supremacist, maybe in one of the top echelons of federal government, but I leave that there. However, what folks are calling white replacement theory, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing had already penned as the Cress theory of color confrontation, naming that white supremacy and their mindset is all out of, you know, a fear of genetic annihilation. If we want to go back even further before that, we can get into the works of Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, may he rest in power, as well, who discussed the two cradle theory, the northern cradle and the southern cradle, and how when the European was formed, in opposition to nature, that definitely shaped their psychology. And when they came into realization that they were genetically recessive and a minority on the planet, they, you know, developed quite a bit of a psychosis. So I'll leave that there. So I say all of that to say, when those of us who are codified enough, sane enough, well-read enough, and also in action around pushing policies that are going to empower us, which is an act of self-determination and self-love, we're now being pathologized and stigmatized as BIEs. Y'all know what that stands for. And now this new thing that immigrants with tethers are penning as Black replacement theory and attempting to say that there's something wrong with us. And when I say pathologize, what do I mean? Mr. Fuller always tells us to, you know, break down a word and be clear in terms of how we're using words and what they mean. So pathologize is defined as to regard or treat someone or something as psychologically abnormal or unhealthy. So what this dude is trying to do is make it seem like we are, you know, taking on white supremacist mindsets, and we're seeing, you know, every single immigrant on the planet or non-foundational Black American, non-freedman person on the planet and in our country as an enemy because we are acting like the white man, because they're acting, you know, they have their white replacement theory, and we are in fear, like that there's this imagined threat. When there's a historical record, lots of data. Shout out to the brother Nas. Shout out to our sister Nordos. Shout out to our brother Marcel, our sister Jael, everyone on the stage. I know our brother Jaheem is going to come up. Excuse me, Naheem, not Jaheem. Lord, put that woman first. But, you know, we're here, and we're very, very clear in terms of what we're talking about. And there's centuries worth of data and statistics to prove that the threat of immigration is not imagined. And so I really don't appreciate, what's being pushed here with this so-called Black replacement theory. We have to get in front of these narratives and these operations, these psyops, really, that's really going to implicate us, because all of this is done, even all of the beefing that happens on this app. I'll go there later. All of this is a concerted effort in order to distract and deter folks from the actual goal. And the actual goal right now is us getting our reparations claim and honoring our ancestors and honoring ourselves in the process. So I wanted to name that. The other thing that I find a problem with in media is I kept hearing them talk about the influx of all these migrants. I'm like, wait, at what point did the definition or the word, did the meaning of immigrant change to migrant? And why are they using this migrant word? So let me, I pulled up the definition of a migrant, right? So a migrant is a person who moves from one place to another, especially in order to find work or better living conditions. So when you use the word migrant, it really forces the listener or the reader, whatever article you're reading or however they're skewing this in the mainstream media, it's like, oh, they're just traveling from place to place looking for work. So back in the day, you know how you can have seasonal migrants? Like sometimes my father back in the day would go down to Florida, where my folks are from, in Fort Pierce, and work the family farms, right? But when he was down there, he noticed that there would be, migrants or immigrants bust in seasonally or shipped in seasonally. Half of them were Haitian, working on one side of the road on that field, and on the other side, there were Spanish-speaking ones. And it was harder and harder for him to get a job, or for Black folks down there to get jobs working farms. So, but there have always been seasonal migrants. People have moved from different parts of the U.S. I'm talking about foundational Black Americans within our history to find work, depending on different seasons, especially according to agriculture. So with a migrant, the understanding is that they're moving from one place to another just to find work, and then they're going to go home. No, we don't have a migrant issue. We have an immigration issue. And so what is an immigrant? An immigrant is someone who moves from one place to another permanently. These people are not planning on going back home. They're not planning on going back home, right? And so when we're talking about our resources, everything from money, to generational wealth, the ability to attain businesses, et cetera, they're like making it seem like these people are just migrants, and that we have some sort of moral obligation to give them better living conditions while we subject ourselves to low living conditions. And the issue that I have in general with this entire immigration conversation, especially when it comes to melanated folks from the diaspora, is that the racial apartheid and subjugation that we have historically endured and fought against to build this country, and our current conditions and being under a race war and the way that we're treated is not a deal breaker for folks to come over and definitely benefit from all of our suffering, to just sort of overstep us so that they can be all right and raise their children and go to colleges and do all of this stuff. And that they don't have to be in solidarity with us, and they don't have to be focusing on dismantling racism, white supremacy. That's the issue. That's one of the other issues that I had. I have a whole bunch of things down here, but I'm gonna land my plane there, and I want to take some more notes and continue to learn from the family. But if you hear the word Black replacement theory, it's a bunch of BS. We have to get in front of that narrative and dismantle it. We are not crazy. We are absolutely psychologically sound and sane. And, by advocating our own cause and taking Babylon, going toe to toe with Babylon to make sure we get our reparations claim. And no one's going to shame us into doing anything else. No, this is a final thing I am going to say. I'm very clear that this immigration issue, even in our parents and grandparents' generation, they saw it as an issue, right? Dr. Claude Anderson spoke about it extensively, especially in Black labor, white wealth, right, with buffer classes. But our grandparents and great grandparents, they always, as far as I know, my folks are from Florida, Georgia, and Alabama. Okay. Always talked about this issue, but I think it became way more like hush hush and taboo and not politically correct to talk about the more and more we integrated with white society into these institutions. I'm going to land my plane there. I have some things I want to bring up in terms of education and tethers, getting access to our children, and really creating policies and carrying out policies that hurt our babies, and then basically teaching them to assimilate. I'm going to land my plane there, and I appreciate you all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Sister Lioness Crown. Nordos, I see you got your hand up real quick. Do you want to go real quick before Naheem?
Oh, I was just going to wait to the end of the discussion about immigration. A couple of call to actions I just wanted to throw out. I can wait until everybody said their piece.
Okay. Then brother Naheem, it's on you. Go ahead, brother.
All right, peace. What's going on, man? Thanks for having me back up. Shout out to the whole family. I had a bunch of, behind the scene things going on. That's why I wasn't able to attend from the get-go. And when I did it, I had another phone call. We're trying to work some things out. And, we're trying to make some moves, family, like some real live moves. And we'll put that information out soon enough. There is a thing that I noticed, right? You bring up people like Omawale Africa and Shay Sade and Jam Iwu whatever her name is, in that little clique right there. And you look at the three-pronged approach that they have to capturing the masses of freedmen here in the United States of America and black folk in general, right? Because they're trying to influence black immigrants as well. They're trying to really influence all immigrants, but especially the black immigrants when it comes to our people. So you have the colleges and universities where they're churning out the intellectual sphere, and they are indoctrinating them with all forms of what I call liberalisms. You have the Afrocentric sphere. I just named a few of those people, and they can go right on Joy Reid at any time and call us advocate for our own people, a hate group. And you have what's really one channel of black media, which is Roland Martin. And as Sister Law, we cannot let anybody deter us from fighting for the things that are right. I'm always offering Omawale to a debate. He never wants to have a debate around these issues. He dances and skirts, use a whole bunch of non sequitur arguments that make absolutely no sense at all. One of the I like solutions. So one of the things that I suggest is keep trying to root this thing in PFER and fair, et cetera, And I've been there, but it really hit me the other day when I was in a room with Hart Suller and they were speaking about immigration. Our approach, we want the same things, but our approaches are different. I believe that we should form reform, and we should literally put a group together, a board, as we are putting out information maybe once a quarter, because we don't have anybody keeping an eye on for us, right? We have people, we have these groups that are looking into the deleterious effects of immigration on the country as a whole. You can see at times they make publications on how immigration hurts us, maybe to, just catch some stragglers in the black conservative movement more so. What we need as a grassroots, because we are more connected to our people than in my opinion, any of the black conservatives, we need to form ourselves a group. I'm going to call it Freedmen Immigration Reform Force. And we need to take the model set by Barbara Jordan. What's up?
Sound like you're in the Matrix a little bit, brother.
Oh,
yeah, the reception. Yeah, the reception is a little shaky, family.
Okay. I'm gonna mute out. I don't know if it sounds that way to everybody else, but I will definitely mute out. Y'all probably in a few.
Yes, indeed. All right, now what I want to do for the family in here, I want to go ahead and jump to reparations, because that's the main one. That's the thing that we, riding for. That's the thing everybody's focused on, and that's the thing that we're pushing right now, and that's going to change everything. I want to see the time limits. Everybody in the room, all the panel and everybody out there. I'm going to put it to 3 minutes so we can shoot, we can fire off, and then we can keep it going to the next one. We started off, everybody just got everything off their chest and worked. Go ahead.
Can I just do that quick call to action?
1 minute, sister. I'm gonna let you rock. But I got
for the immigration. One of the work groups I was hoping that somebody would start and head. You don't have to live in the same city or the same town. You guys can work online on Zoom. We've also found out that the State Department and missionaries sent by the United States over to countries, particularly African countries, but all around the world, on our tax dollars, they're telling immigrants to stay away from us and that we're criminals and not to get involved with us. So I had one call to action earlier about the Immigration and Naturalization Service exam. But this call to action is, can somebody get a working group so that we can figure out how to bring a lawsuit against the State Department for undermining its own citizens based on the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. We have a right to be protected in this country. So if somebody could start that, I can't work on everything myself. I have a small group of people that I work with in my org. So please, can somebody work on that? We'll win hands down. It's discrimination and our tax dollars are paying for it. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Most definitely. All right, I want to move to reparations, and I want everybody to fire off. We spent the first portion, just putting everything on the table. Now I want to break it down thoroughly and let everybody work. We'll put about a 3-minute time limit on it. Just land your plane gracefully and everything, but I want to keep it moving. I want to shoot to my brother Afro Elite, Marcel, and I want to talk about reparations, and let's put this thing high speed with the top drop down. Go ahead, brother Afro.
Okay, thank you very much. As far as reparations, I want to say I'm proud of the work that we've been putting in. We've only gotten this far because Foundation Black Americans specifically have said that we will not tolerate injustice. We could have been like other people and just accepted our fate, accepted the fact that, okay, well, we're just going to be at the bottom of the barrel in society, and that's just where we are. That's just, I guess, where we're meant to be. And we said no. Ever since the beginning of slavery, from Nat Turner all the way to Harriet Tubman, all the way to right now, we've said no. We will not tolerate and accept this because this is not justice. This is not the way the world is supposed to be. And that the same energy that Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, and all of those fighters that we had back then, those people who really built and formed America truly, that's the same energy we have right now when it comes to reparations. We're constantly getting told, well, this government isn't going to give you anything. This government isn't going to give you anything. That's the same energy that they were giving those people, Frederick Douglass, Nat Turner, all that. Well, what is running away going to do? You're not going to be able to escape slavery. You might as well just become a better cotton picker so massa won't stop whipping you. You might as well do that. The same energy and persistence and mentality that they had, we have. This country owes us more than they could ever repay us. To be honest with you, even the $1 trillion worth of reparations, that's still not going to be enough. This country really belongs to us. This country wouldn't have been here if we all know the history. This country wouldn't have been here had it not been for us and had it not be for us right now. Even with the COVID pandemic, the only people really who are making the economy run consistently, because the economy kind of froze a little bit, were Black people, specifically Foundation Black Americans. Even through COVID, we were making this country stay afloat. We've always made this country stay afloat. This country belongs to us more than it belongs to anybody else. Everybody else are foreigners. We are the only people who are entitled to reparations, and we're coming, in the words of our ancestor, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we're coming to get our check. And I'll land there.
Brother, and I'm going to be right there with you, getting to the money. Brother Marcel, go ahead, family.
Okay, let me unmute. Okay. I mean, I don't even go through the moral argument for reparations. We already know that this country has done reparations many, many times. Native Americans, intern Japanese Americans. And before anyone tries to give me that BS that they paid the people who are victimized directly, that's a goddamn lie. Americans had died off. The generations that experienced the wrongdoing initially had died off. And today, their descendants, generations removed, are still getting direct payments and land and tax exempt status, okay? Japanese Americans that were interned in the 1940s got paid on the year of my fourth birthday, 1988. A lot of them had died. They paid it to their spouses or their children or even grandchildren. Holocaust survivors. The claim conference started in 1953. They're still paying reparations to Jews, and other nations are adding on each day, even offering the descendants of people who were victimized by the Nazis during the Holocaust reparations. People who were exposed to radiation, their loved ones and descendants are getting reparations. People in Guam who were kicking at World War II veterans, their loved ones are getting reparations. This is not a new concept for this country. It is the most unforgivable insult that these groups that have not been even through a modicum of what we've been through, that have not done even a modicum of what we've done. We built the nation from the rice, the cotton, the sugarcane, the railroads, the cities, the infrastructure, the plumbing, the inoculation, the over 50,000 inventions. It is a disgusting, unforgivable insult for them to give all these other groups reparations, restitution, and yet the group that built the nation, the group that Lincoln said, had we not fought on their side, this nation would have fallen. The group that has always been on the front lines fighting for this nation and never got paid, and the white people alongside whom they were fighting, their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren today have homes and businesses because they were paid for their services as veterans. In World War I, World War II, the Homestead Act, all these things, Social Security Act, labor unions. This country has no problems investing trillions of dollars into its citizens. Only time they don't do it is when it comes to Black Americans. And we are too damn nice. And we are getting on my nerves. We're too nice. If I wasn't Black American, I would choose to be an enemy to Black Americans. We're the easiest people to be an enemy of. We're nice to our enemies. We're respectful to our enemies. We always want to be calm to our enemies. White people who have gotten all handed to them, they are nasty and vicious and unforgiving towards their enemies. We actually have a reason to be that way, and we're just as nice and polite as we can be. We need to be okay being the villain, if that's what it's going to have to be. If us being merciless and being completely unforgiving and being completely unreasonable, because when you've been waiting for 500 years, all my reasoning has gone out the window. We need to be okay becoming that villain they always want to paint us as because we're demanding what we're owed. Listen, I've always said we have two options. We can step up or we can keep getting stepped on. They ain't going to be stepping on me. And I land there.
Just like you said, Brother Afro, you on the way to the bank. And just like you said, Brother Marcel, they ain't stepping on me. I'm right there with y'all. Sister Jams, on you.
Okay, so I have talked about reparations for years. You guys can search my ad name and put reparations. One thing that I do want to just focus on that I don't feel like is understood enough is the mockery that these people make of us. Sometimes I sit in these rooms, right, and I'll hear us as Black Americans, going down the list of why we're owed reparations, what we've done for this country, and we get that. I understand that. But at the same time, I think what you guys need to realize is some of these people, like Joe Biden, for instance, when he came out with that bill for the Native Americans and he called us Negroes, he was literally doing that as a mockery, almost saying, like, I'm giving your reparations to the Native Americans. Y'all, they see what we're owed. In fact, a lot of times it's like a white family secret. They have the documents that they owned us as slaves. They have the documents of the land that they stole. That's the old family secrets that they don't want us to find out about. So my thing is, maybe if we could go into these conversations with this understanding, we don't have to prove to these people what we deserve. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I think it happens subconsciously a little bit, where we go into these conversations with these, you know what, type of people, and we'll be telling them they know what we're owed. They actually get it. They listen to these conversations. And just like how we were having that last productive conversation and Nikki couldn't get up because the conversation was productive, I hope you understand these spaces are being monitored. So they listen to these conversations. They know exactly what we want. They know what we're owed. So if we start to understand that, I think the way we come at these issues will be different, because we have to know they're playing in our face, y'all. They're not they're not head in the clouds anymore, y'all. This has been good. I don't know about y'all, but I've been beating this reparations information drum in 2015. People was playing dumb, playing in my face, acting like I was divisive. Fast forward to now, stood on my truth. my whole of my alma mater is asking me questions now, coming to me saying, JL, so what did you mean? Like, that's just what happened. So people understand, they know what we're owed. And I think that a lot of us need to understand that. We need to understand the difference between explaining to people what we're owed and them playing in our face, because they are aware. They understand our history sometimes more than us, y'all. That's the secret, that's the gag, and that's the tea. So if we could come from that place instead of, this subconscious way of like, oh, we deserve this, they know that. They are playing in our face. They're literally like, hey, strong ER. You get what I'm saying? That's what they're doing at this point. That's the climate. We need to match that energy, and I'll land there.
I noticed that same thing, sister. I noticed it. The mockery and the way they play games, you can't make this stuff up. You cannot make it up at all. And I also remember when we were talking about reparations before, it was a pipe dream and people used to make jokes about it, say you're being divisive, say let's give it to everybody else. But we all know that was a lie. And now, like, you're right. Look around. Everybody's doing it. This could be the era right now that gets reparations. And I truly believe, as I think my brother Afro said, to quote you, family, there ain't no turning back. There's got to be the new normal, and we got to push that line through, which we will. I'm going to pass this on to Brother Sage, and then we're going to keep it going. We're going to stay, thorough. We keep this pushing fast. We're going to speed everything up. But go ahead, family. The floor is yours, brother.
Yes, sir. Reparations. Interesting. Again, I live in the city of Brooklyn, New York, where we have a lot of Jewish people. And they've received money, $12.5 billion to date from something that happened in the 40s. We all know what that is. They got paid not only by the U.S. government, but by the German government, so on and so on. Also, Italians received reparations, Asians received reparations. Why can't we receive our reparations? I don't believe that reparations stops at a check. Stay with me, family. I don't believe reparations stops at a check. I believe that reparations also comes from medical field. We should not be paying taxes. We should be a protected people. We should have land. We should be given all of that. It should not just stop at money. Money is where it starts. 1,000% yes, on the board. But that's not where it ends. We should be given free schooling. We should be given everything that was taken from us. When we arrived here, wherever we came from, our labor was used. Okay, and there were some of us here already. Our labor was used to build this country that a lot of these people now reap the benefits for. So again, it's time to pay back. I do believe foundational Black Americans alone deserve reparations, not just a check. We deserve reparations across the board. And with that, I digress.
Big facts. And it's funny how Martin Luther King spoke about getting reparations. Instead, they put that I have a dream speech in front of everybody. Our masters always talked about reparations. We all speak about reparations, and it is completely possible. If you look right now, we just had a great speaker, our brother Nas. He broke down how much money that illegal immigrants are getting. The Ukraine is getting. Afghans, if you remember, Joe Biden flew over to Afghanistan, brought people here and just threw them money. Same thing going on at the border. So the money is here. And the fact is that we created that money. That money should have foundational Black American fingerprints all over it. So reparations is designed and destined for us, and that's the bottom line, and we won't stop till we cut that check. So to line this crown, it's on you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do agree that reparations is monetary. It is a check, and it's much more than that. We definitely do need to become a protected class. We definitely should not be paying taxes, medical care, going to, paying for college or vocational school, trade school. And we should also have funding, automatic funding for housing as well as starting businesses. So I wanted to name that. Also, we get to participate in the global economy in the same way that everybody else does, which is to do what Dr. Claude Anderson told us to do, right? To get into manufacturing, distribution, trade, and all of that. So we need those resources to uplift our communities and to empower us. Reparations is total repair. I have been involved in this movement. I think the first actionable thing I probably did was probably when I was like, I want to say 13 or something like that. Randall Robinson wrote this book on reparations called The Debt. And my father helped me write a letter to him. He wrote it and he published it in the Washington Post, and we got in contact, and I actually ended up like volunteering for a number of years at his organization. But throughout that process, I did learn a lot from his work, as well as like from the Pan-Africanists and the Pan-Africanist movement. I was raised to be African-centered, so I'm African-centered in my spirituality. I'm African-centered in terms of my cultural paradigms. I'm African-centered, and I have been delineating from Eurocentric culture for a long time. And so, I think that the reparations conversation kind of gets mixed up when we start to put things into boxes. Yes, there's many schools of thoughts, and this movement has built on top of each other, right? From our ancestor, Miss Callie House, after slavery and the work that she did up until where we are now, and we've gotten more and more specific. Our generation and what we're doing now is revolutionary because we're saying no. Yes, all of white supremacy needs to pay globally, and right now where we are advocating for our own interests. So I think that, I've been looking a lot at the various schools of thought and how this conversation is progressing, and how what we have right now is so important and revolutionary because nobody can crowbar their way into our reparations claim. We're being very, very specific. So I think that's all good. I also do see like some of the historical contributions and efforts that organizations like NCOBRA have made and other Black nationalist organizations have made in the fight for reparations. I first learned the word reparations from them, and they were, sounding the drum on it, but it was from a very Pan-Africanist perspective. And as we know, the landscape and our condition in America has changed. And, I know a lot of Pan-Africanists that immigrated over to the continent and they're trying to get back home because they realized that it wasn't the dream or the fantasy that they thought it would be. And so for me, I tell people my Africa is right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll enjoy the world. I'll travel the world. But my claim and my work is here on this soil. And so I just, it's total repair. I think that a lot of the language that was loose and too inclusive has really harmed our community over the past 40 years because the courts and the government, they've given our people the runaround and gaslighted and weaseled in new things. And so you have organizations with people in them that I'm not going to disrespect or disparage, whose heart is in the right place, I believe, but have been given the runaround so much so and have been, sort of hoodwinked. And then I think a lot of folks, are still holding on to a lot of the ideas that came out of the 60s and the 70s as it pertains to Black folks or quote unquote African Americans, which actually does not serve us, right? And so, and also a stubbornness to a certain degree to delineate from those old ideologies and the fantasy of the past and to deal with the harsh reality of what is now, and to not be stubborn and to grow and to be flexible enough to say, you know what, we do need to shift in this direction and to support our brothers and sisters over here, or else we're not going to get a reparations claim. So I'm going to kind of land my plane there. I try to look at things from multiple perspectives and still keep things in perspective and to keep focused on the goal. And the goal is reparations. We're going to be unapologetic about it. It's very, very specific. It's only for those of us whose ancestors have descended from, slavery plantations. I'm a full foundational Black American and Indigenous, and I want my money, and I'm going to do what I got to do to make sure that we have it. The one thing I will say, our sister Nordos did speak about the importance of education. I'm an educator by trade, and so we have to create programming that teaches the history of our people to our children and supplements it. And we can do that virtually or online. We can advocate for that within the school systems. I advocate for homeschooling, but wherever our kids are, I'm going to be there as well, supporting them. But it is our responsibility to educate our children on who they are, because we cannot deliver them in the hands of our enemy or our oppressor and have them be responsible for educating them. Malcolm X taught us that. So I just want to say that, I think that when we have this reparations conversation, we can also do it in a way that is tasteful and in a way that's respectful, in a way that honors, the contributions of our ancestors and those who came before us, although we may not agree with, all of their perspectives. And some of the perspectives serve them and what was going on in their lives, and given their trauma, their parents' trauma, and the landscape of America of what it was then. But I say don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We learn, and we also get to be humble. We're also still learning. We don't have to disparage or disrespect anyone in our cause, but we also have to be very, very clear and keep our cause airtight and really honor what we're doing with integrity. And I land my plane.
Appreciate that, sister. And I like how you said that. I want my money too. Reparations over everything. No reparations, no vote. And reparations for foundational Black American freedmen only. To quote my brother Method Man, he said cream, but he said cash for everything around me. I say cash reparations everywhere around me. Big facts all the way. I want to say this to everybody who's speaking and everybody who's listening. I love these type of spaces. There may be some audio issues or whatever, but I got people also saying they got it just fine. But if audio issues are the only thing that they throwing at us, then they're going to have to keep on trying, because we've been through it all and we're going to keep on pushing the line. One love to everybody who's listening. Make sure if you subscribe to everybody in here and follow everybody, so we can, continue this accord back and forth, and we can keep the love going. Ain't no tethers, ain't no trolls, ain't no coons. This is just for certifieds, where we get to real solutions and we talk about real things that affect us, because this is our era. We're not watching the documentary of the past. We're not trying to do things from yesteryear. This is where we take our ancestors on our shoulders and we go forth, and what we do today will affect tomorrow, and we're going to make it the best one. Back to reparations as we continue. Brother Naheem, I'm going to see if you're back, brother.
Peace. Can y'all hear me, or am I still choppy?
It sounds a little choppy, but just keep on pushing, brother. Now I'll see how I go.
Well, just cut me off if it sounds bad, man. But I'm gonna just say this: when we speak about reparations, the one element that we have to understand is the political nature and the political force behind it. Am I clear or no?
You sound good to me, brother. You sound real good.
Okay, cool. We that part of it, many of us have been apolitical our whole lives. I know I have been. I speak on it often. And, we see brothers like Marcel that's running, and several other reparationists that have popped up over the past 2 years and have put reparations in their platform. And I think that part of reparations is not stressed enough, that we need people in the House of Representatives. We need people in the Senate. We need a Freedmen caucus in the Republican Party and one in the Democratic Party. We need to start building politically in a way that we are focusing on policy prescriptions for our people. And everybody else is going in, so I don't want to just talk to be talking. I just want to stress that part of it. Like, our time for being apolitical has to be over. Nothing moves in this country without us being political. I'll give it an example. It's an example I use all the time. Macy Hirono, senator from Hawaii, I believe. I always mess up and say Florida for whatever reason. And Tammy Duckworth from Illinois, Asian Americans. They told Biden and the administration that if you do not pass that bill for the AAPI, when it's time for you to appoint your nominees, we won't vote for them. We will abstain our vote. And we know that it's a tie between the Democrats and the Republicans in the House. And eventually, the Biden administration buckled. And we have to start thinking along those lines. This is why we propose a Black South strategy, trying to swell our numbers in the states of our ancestors here in the United States of America, our freedmen ancestors, the formerly enslaved, right? This is why we push that, because we know that if we have the numbers in a state, let's say like Mississippi, which has the largest population of Black people in proportion to their white population, with just 700,000 of us there, we can take over that state. We can not only have our own governor, but we could put 2 senators in the Senate seat and stop up everything. Nothing moves now. We have to learn not just the history in the lessons of yesterday, but also the lessons of today. And I want people to understand how important the political process is in the fight for reparations. I wrote a whole article on my website that I put in the Jumbotron about reparations. A lot of folks that got up and spoke before me, they did very good at expressing a lot of what I have in that link. So I just wanted to add a different layer and say we have to become more political, fam. Peace.
That's what's up. That is what's up, my brother. Thank you so much for chiming in and giving that. We can hear you loud and clear, brother. Real quick, I want to take a brief moment to shout out Ogun's Spirit and his family at the loss of their son, Micah. So if y'all could definitely send some heart emojis in the chat for our good FBA family over here experiencing unbearable, unspeakable tragedy. And I'm if anyone on the stage has the link to his GoFundMe, I'm going to try to find it right now. But if you could please post that in the Jumbotron, and we can show that brother as much love as we possibly can. Him and his lovely wife, y'all seen them hosting spaces themselves. This is a horrible tragedy. So just and if they just let them heal as they need to heal, family. You know, everybody got to deal with things different. But you losing the seed, yo. No. Some people we ain't built for that. So like, man, you got to give them that strength. So with that being said, family, also, yes, ma'am.
Also, take note that the anesthesiologist that failed them was a Black immigrant, and the other two doctors were immigrants. One was a white immigrant, and one was an Asian immigrant. The operation on his child, his 10-month-old baby. Remember, this is family, people. This is somebody that we run around this app with. The baby survived the operation fine. The Black immigrant anesthesiologist is the one who failed them. Just a note.
Okay, and I just saw her. Thank you. Now, clarity with that. Okay, gotcha. So with that being said, family, again, show that brother and that family some love. Let's keep an eye on this, and also let's make sure that this baby gets some justice. As well as if anybody also has the links to the access for our family down there in Jackson, Mississippi, can you please put those in the Jumbotron as well? Shout out to the family down there. May you get through this, because obviously our president doesn't give a damn about what's going on out there. He won't even go visit. But shout out to the foundational Black American freedmen family that came right on through to the rescue. And now the news has to sit up here and praise Black folk for stepping up for Black folk. Shout out to the family. Back to you, brother.
I appreciate that. Yeah, everybody, please, if you can, put any of the GoFundMe pages up there for our brothers and sisters in Jackson, Mississippi, as well as our brother and sister who lost their child. Please put it up there, because all we do is we hold each other down. We have 500 years of holding each other down. This is what it's all about. It's all about love. It's okay to be loved, like I said in the very beginning, and it's okay to ride for your own kind. And at the end of the day, foundational Black American freedmen, we have each other all day long. That is a fact. I swear to God, y'all, I got more love than people in this space and people, you know, that I deal with and follow than folks I see on a day-to-day basis, because our energy and our frequencies is on that same page. So as we see the government doesn't do anything for us, we see Tethers and all these other individuals who pretend to be our friends. They never really have our back. That's fine, because we have each other's back. That's fine, because we stand up, we stick up for each other. And if one of us falls, we pick each other back up, we dust each other off, and we keep it moving. Brother Marcel, the floor is yours, family.
Yeah, my brother. First of all, I'm still, and it's not me, and I'm almost like in shock. Like, you know, we read about medical anti-Blackness, and it's still just when personally, it's still shocking. But he's looking for a lawyer. He's in Texas. So if anyone that knows someone who's a lawyer in Texas, please, you can send them directly to him. You can send it to me, and I'll make sure he gets it. I don't know anyone. You know, I tried to tweet at Crump, not say I wanted Crump to represent him, but just saying that he would have connections. But that's something I want to put out there as well.
Yeah, I was in touch with the brother earlier. My comrades and my national headquarters is in Houston, so he's aware, and I'm just gonna kind of give him some time and I'll check back. But definitely, we have resources down there too. So.
I want to make a point for the family, and I want everybody to, truly, truly, genuinely understand this. We always get hit with propaganda, slander, and smears that, we don't represent each other and we don't stand by each other. And that's a lie. Okay. Nobody on this planet Earth is more unified than foundational Black American freedmen, not a soul. These other groups and these other communities, they may put on that facade and they may show that on the big screen all day long. Okay. But they cannot stand each other. The only thing that binds this planet is anti-Black racism. These groups don't give a damn about it. And when we show up, it looks like they're on code and they're all friends. They're not on code and they're not friends. They can't stand each other because look how they deal with each other when we're not around. The only issue is that when we walk into the room, they become very friendly with each other because they both practice racism towards us. But that doesn't mean that these people are genuine, and that doesn't mean these people have a real accord. We have the real accord. Okay, we were the ones in the killing fields in the South. Okay, we were the ones out here holding each other down through every era. Sister, brother, king, queen, gods, and God. I was speaking to my brother, realist earlier. Shout out to you. And we had a good discussion about this and how put it on the news all day long. They'll put it on television. They'll make movies about it. And the only reason they do that, family, is because they know that we are really strong. And they know we're stronger together. They see, there's this notion that they find where we weak at, and then they try to exploit it. No, they don't. They find where we're strong at, and they try to break it. But unfortunately for them, is that we are unbreakable and we are unmatched. Foundational Black American freedmen, it starts with us, it begins with us, it ends with us, and we are always the people in the center of attention. We are making boss moves at the boss tables and our life is a winning streak. Put that in, mark that down. As we speak about family, there's nothing better than us getting together. I don't care if it's donations. I don't care if it's helping each other out on GoFundMe pages or if it's groundwork, loyal to the soil. It does not matter as long as you can help the brother or sister next to you. I swear to God, y'all, I got followers, and if I don't see them for a while, I wonder if something happened to them, and I reach out to them. Me and Brother Zilla just had this conversation a few days ago. Me and Queen Alpha have this conversation all the time, every night. I look out for everybody in here. It doesn't matter because there's an energy, there's a core, there's a culture, a lineage, and a heritage, and it belongs to us. And as I said previously, we are unmatched, and when we act like it and when we show it and we put it on display, everybody feels it. Now, moving on, I want to get to the Democratic Party and how we are separating from that party. How
let me speak once again. I didn't get my turn. Once again.
Go ahead. No, I'm gonna let you rock. I'm gonna let you rock. I'm gonna go to you. Then we'll come back to.
But why do you keep forgetting me? What's the deal?
You spoke more than everybody.
I did not on this topic. I have not.
I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna let you get on this subject. I'm resetting the room. Everybody knows we good. I'm gonna everybody. What you talk about us. Actually, I'm gonna have you speak on this subject and then transition into the Democratic Party, and then we're gonna move on. The floor. Go ahead.
You want me to speak on it now? We're still on reparations.
Speak on reparations. Transition that into the Democratic Party, and then we're gonna move on.
Okay. So real quick, before I talk about what I want to talk about with reparations, when people ask you, please listen to what I'm saying. Well, people say, well, why are you talking about immigration and you're supposed to be talking about reparations? One, we can talk about anything we want to speak about. And the reason we speak about immigration as a topic is because it harms us. We're fighting for reparations to be repaired and to be restored. And for them to keep flooding us with immigrants means that they are furthering the harm that they're doing to us and that they're breaking us. So anyway, I just want everybody to remember, and I think somebody said this, it only takes a few of us to get the work done. Like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they weren't beloved in their time. That's so not true. Even if you look at the protests going across Selma Bridge, that was only a couple of hundred people. But anyway, so I'm going to ask everybody who's not really familiar with the topic of reparations to get your typing hands together, get them stretched out, or pull out a pencil and paper and be analog and use these as cliff notes for your talking point. The reason that we are fighting for reparations is because reparations is a debt. It is a debt for free forced labor, cheap labor, sexual trafficking, peonage, convict leasing, Jim Crow, denial of benefits, redlining, medical experimentations, horrible, land theft, economic schemes, denial of GI benefits for 30 some odd years, denial of unemployment benefits for 30 some odd years. I said Social Security, unemployment, GI benefits. We've been paying taxes and, we're denied. Environmental racism, denial of education, mass incarceration. I could go on, but those are your talking points. If you take those talking points and then study the history, it'll all make sense to you. So in closing, reparations is something that we are pressing the United States government to pay us because they owe us. It's a debt for all of those things that I just mentioned. Not only are we owed cash, we're owed policies and programs. So a couple of those things, somebody mentioned them earlier. We need interest-free home loans, free college tuition, free job training, all types of stuff. And again, don't forget that the white people who enslaved us got reparations. Reparations is not a new concept. It is a process that has been done over and over again. Anytime the United States harms any group of people, it doesn't have to be an ethnic group, any group of people, they must repair them. That's in the Constitution. So Beatzilla or Black Alpha, I timed myself. Now I can't see my timer, but I timed myself and I came in under time. Thank you.
You good. Hey, no, you good. You good, family. You good. It's all love. It's all love. No doubt. No doubt. Matter of fact, my brother Marcel gonna be the timekeeper because Marcel be on it. He be on it big time. But it's all love. We rocking. It's all good. Hey, this ain't no different than the dinner table at the house block party. We just firing off and letting it go. That's how we do things. I want to move on now to the Democratic Party.
Getting me and making me last every time.
You sound so quiet, man. I got to put my ear to the phone.
Dude.
No, I'm just messing with you. It's all good. It's all good. Brother Afro Lead, I want to talk about the Democratic Party family and how we break away from it. Me and you've had plenty of conversations on that. I want you to go ahead and let the world know, brother.
Okay, we have. And as a matter of fact, we did a recent collab on your YouTube channel. So everybody should go and check that out. If you guys haven't done so already, it was a very great collab. But the Democratic Party is, like in the words of our ancestor Malcolm X, is like the fox. And we're like the sheep or the lamb in the example. They have the same exact intentions of the Republicans, who are like the wolf in the analogy, but they're sneakier. They say things and they comfort our feelings. They say Black Lives Matter in their hashtag. And then when a police kills us, they talk about, well, we need better police training. Let's send him on a little vacation so he can think about it. They give him a little time out, go sit in a corner in a chair or something like that. That's what they do. The Democrats actually harm us more. If we're going to be realistic about it, they harm us more because they intrinsically hate the fact that they even have to pretend not to hate us. When you have such hatred and vitriol for somebody, just like the Republicans and the Democrats do, but the Republicans, they let off steam by openly saying the N-word. Democrats can't do that. So that hate builds up and they act on it more. That's why in a lot of these democratically run cities, Black people, specifically foundational Black American freedmen, are worse off than in Republican cities and Republican states. What we need to do is we need to collectively educate ourselves, teach other people, realize these facts and statistics, and then we need to let them die off politically by not voting for them, by not supporting them, by not going out there and being so afraid of Donald Trump. We need to, because we are their base, we need to let them fall. Anything without a foundation is eventually going to crumble, is eventually going to fall down. We are literally the foundation, the only foundation of the Democratic Party. And without our vote, without our support, even Joe Biden has admitted this, without our vote, without our support, they can't do anything. They will never beat the Republicans. Okay, we are the only ones keeping them alive, unfortunately, to our detriment. And it's time for us to collectively realize that. Don't be afraid of anything Donald Trump is going to do or anything any Republicans are going to do, because I promise you it's already being done. So we need to let them die and to teach them a lesson. To be honest, in my personal opinion, we need to let them die never to return again. In my personal opinion, it's not going to be you get a second chance after you realize how much you messed up. When they're gone, they need to stay gone. That's the way I see it. I'll land there.
Brother Sage, I want to hear your opinion, family.
The Democrats are the only party that continuously get the black vote and hand nothing back in return. They send out black leaders to the black churches. They send out black leaders to schools. They send out black leaders to different sporting events, different musical vote, but give nothing in return. They told us vote or die. Looks like we're still dying in the street. So what am I voting for? What did I get from my vote? Dr. Claude Anderson says, politics is quid pro quo. He also says, I can't get the right verbiage right, but the brother's basically saying, we're the only people that, get a lot of nothing and are satisfied with that. Brother Flex, Tariq Nasheed also says that we're just satisfied with getting attention. We need to get more smart. November's right around the corner. And for some people, they'll be voting this November. Some won't. Some, we need to understand that what's standing, like holding your vote back is also an act of protest. Okay. So I don't want people to think that, okay, I have to vote Republican, I have to vote Democrat. I'm not telling you what to vote for, what not to vote for. What I'm saying is we need to raise our political prospects from the ground up. The same way like that man that's sitting on stage, Greg Marcel Dixon. Sorry, I had to use your whole name. We raise this man from the ground up. This man is Geechee just like myself, okay? So we need to support that. Support a person who's speaking your language. Don't just support a person who has a blue tie on or a red tie. We need to hold people accountable right after we give them our vote. And we need to control our politics. Without that, we will die. So to bring it back full circle, vote or die. You pick which one you want to do. And with that, I digress.
I appreciate that, family. Sister JL, I definitely want to hear your take on it.
Okay, so if y'all remember back when they were having the BLM rallies, I never supported BLM. Of course, I was the monster. Of course, I was the bad guy. Couldn't support it though. Walking through life as an Aquarius, such as life, just happens to be. But I had a majority of my alma mater, right, walking with white liberals hand in hand in the gentrified cities of DC. Y'all, if you look at the statistics and data of the new homeowners in DC, white liberals, age group, white liberals, like these people are quite literally walking with you, representing quote unquote your freedom while they're actually taking your houses. If you understand the lawsuit that DC just came out with like 2 years ago, it's like $1 billion lawsuit because they are re-gentrifying all the really native Black Americans that have lived there for years. I have friends there. The taxes, the prices are going up. They're being gentrified out of the city. So I think that, when it comes to Republican, Democrat, if we can sit there and say, right, that none of the white people like us, like, because that's what I realized. Once people figure out that the Democrats, the people they've shown loyalty don't care, then they'll say, oh, well, neither party cares about us. That may be true, but I don't look for approval from white people. You know what I mean? I don't say hands up, don't shoot. I practice 2A rights. I don't look for my approval of people outside of myself that I know inherently hate me. So I think what happens is we try to say, well, you're a coon for picking that person. You're a coon for why don't we just look at black and white, what people are offering us, right? If we know that both of them are racist, I don't know what these people say at their dinner table. They could use the N-word with a strong ER. Quite frankly, I don't give a damn because I'm looking at who can actually provide us more when it comes to policy. So I think we have to stop looking for our favorite racist or the person that can be the nicest. And most likely we choose the Democrats. Democrats, they are our open enemies, in my opinion. When it comes to politics, and I'm not going to go too long on this, I feel like politics matter. I feel like there is a certain representation. Like, for instance, in the red states, you notice how on the lockdowns, the red states were a little more free than the blue states. They definitely play games with us to where they give us free will enough to pick that red or blue pill, and it does affect us. But there is a deeper level to where it's all a mirage. And that's actually what I go into on my podcast. I know a lot of these conversations that we have, sometimes they don't go into like the metaphysical aspects of things. So link is in bio. I say it in episode 1. This is actually the first time I ever brought up my podcast, funny enough. But long story short, I feel like it's an illusion. Politics is an illusion. But at the same time, I do feel like we make choices, if that makes sense. I don't feel like us choosing the same choice of the people that were supposed to be loyal to us and then trying to say, oh, well, at the end of the day, since they're not doing anything for us, I'm just going to call everybody racist. No, we need to focus on the fact that the people we have supported, the people that owe us, have done nothing for us. And we need to, I thought it used to be harsh, but definitely leave the Democratic plantation for sure. And we are conservative by nature. So I think rather than saying we're just Republican, no, we need to look at how those policies can empower us to A rights. Less taxes. When we want to have a business, like if I want to have a hair business inside of my house, I practice hair care better than half the hairstylists in Atlanta with licenses. You get what I'm saying? We need to be able to have more control of that. So I don't believe in the government having a hand in my business. Those are all conservative values. And I'll land my plane there.
I always tell people how O.J. Simpson said he ain't black, he OJ. Democratic voters said they ain't black, they Democrats. Obama ain't black, he Democrat. James Coon Clyburn, they not black, they Democrat. Their loyalty is to the Democratic Party. In the same way that folks didn't want to leave the plantation back in the day, that's exactly how these Democratic voters are. And also the same way that the slave master used to put his name on the slaves, that's the same way they carry around that big old Democrat on their backs. They are not certified and they don't represent what we represent. Brother Marcel, you want to elaborate, family?
Well, the Democrats, I've been done with them. I really have. And people think when you say that, you're saying the Republicans are better. No, the Republicans aren't better, but I'm not expecting them to be better. You know, that's like me going to eat at a seafood restaurant on this street A, and the street A serves me bad food. And when I say to them, hey, I paid you my money, the food is bad, street A gonna tell me, well, we're better than restaurant on street B. I don't give a damn. I paid my money to you. So the Democrats think that just because they're not as bad as the Republicans, which they are, they're actually worse, they think that's it. And I went to the South Carolina Black Caucus meeting, and our sister Tirani, I'm not sure if she's in here or not, she brought up a point when she was speaking. And she said to the Black Caucus members there, she said, no one applies for a job telling you why you shouldn't hire the other guy or the other girl. They tell you what they are going to do for you, how they are going to benefit you. We are the only group that the Democrats think they can, first of all, disrespect, coming to us talking about some goddamn collard greens and fried chicken and rap music and Tupac. What type of unintellectual BS is that? That is so damn disrespectful. They don't go to Asian people talking about kung fu and Chinese food, okay? They don't go to these wannabe white Hispanics with maracas and wearing sombreros. So don't come to us with that disrespectful nonsense, okay? We demand policies. Come to us talking policies. We're old the most and we get the least. And then when we tell them that we're getting nothing from them, they want to tell us, do you want a Republican line? I might. If he or she has policies that's going to help my people, I just damn might. The thing that makes them the worst is, one, they're actually more anti-black. When the Republicans get in office, Republicans don't do nothing for nobody. Like Mitch McConnell is in Kentucky. Kentucky's a very white state. When they were getting ravaged by COVID-19, I remember seeing this on TV. Mitch McConnell went to speak to a group doing a debate or a town hall. And, he pretty much said to them, I ain't giving you no money, and you're going to pay me back too. I mean, he literally pretty much said that to them. Like, I'm not giving you no money, and y'all going to pay me back for the money you got. I mean, he was disgusting. But the point is, that's how Republicans are. They hate everyone. They hate other white people even. They like the rich whites, that's about it. Democrats get in office and they love everyone except us, but they want to exist without us. So the Democrats show us that they know how to get policies done. They know how to do policies that are systemically beneficial, and they do it for every other group except for Black Americans, the group that whom without they would not exist. It is unforgivable. We've been voting for them in 60 years. And in that 60 years, we've seen our 19 million acres go down to now 1 million acres and less. We've seen them give billions and billions of dollars, as they're doing right now, to Ukrainians, Afghani refugees, illegal immigrants, on whom they're spending billions of dollars every day to house and feed and educate while our people are on the streets. What they've done is unforgivable. The only thing these parties are good for is for us to take over. Just like Naheem said, I don't care if you're running as Republican, Green Party, Democrat, whatever. It's the policy that matters. And if we have a groundswell in these parties running on policies that are specifically speaking to Black Americans, we can make them and their infrastructure work for us. That's the only use they have for me.
Brother Marcel, I got to have you point out something. When you came on my show, you said something that caught my attention, and I wasn't even aware of this. You said you did a tedious research about people who vote 90 plus, 95, 6, 7% for the same party over and over. And you said you only see that happen in where?
Only with Black Americans. And I just want to emphasize that. I spent at least a good 2 hours researching, because a lot of countries, like when I got to England has like 20 something different parties. And I researched on what you do in these countries. They may have 20 different parties, but all are like, there may be 5 parties that are progressive, 5 parties that are conservative, 5 parties that are libertarians, or even though they have all these different parties, it's really like a lot of parties underneath the same platform. And yet I did not find any country that has a group of people that all vote en masse 90 to 95% like Black Americans do for one party. It does not exist anywhere else in the world. We're the only group that does that. The only other country where I saw that was North Korea, where they don't have any choice but to vote for Kim Jong-un. We are the only people that just vote at that scale for the same party. That is not anything to be proud of. That is mental illness.
Brother, that's insane. Brother, hey, when you told me that, family, I was literally shocked by it. I mean, I was shocked, but I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of, it was amazing to see it, but I don't put it past these Democratic voters at all. That's crazy. I'm going to toss it to Naheem and Lioness Crown, and I want to hear you guys' opinions as well. Anybody else who wants to take it, just raise your hand, jump in, or whatever. How do we break voting for the Democratic Party? Like, how do we get our, I don't want to say our people because a lot of them don't feel they're the same as us, but how do we remove ourselves from the Democratic plantation, and how do we, move on to the next and build from another aspect? I'll give it to you, Lioness Crown, and then Brother Naheem.
All right, thanks for letting me speak. Yes to everything Marcel said. Okay, I participated in the Democratic County Commission in Brooklyn, which is Kings County. I did 2 terms, and I would probably still be on it if I was still in New York, but I'm no longer in New York. I participated in order to advocate for things like housing, justice, because, the rent, and to really learn how the organization actually works. One of my mentors, Barbara Charles Barron, who's a state assemblyman up there in East New York, he's been doing the work for a very, very long time, and his wife is actually on city council, Mama Inez Barron. But I got to learn a lot about how the Democratic Party actually works and how immigrants are using it and using the lobbying process in order to push their agendas. So everything from like the weekly, bi-weekly meetings, the votes that happen like once a year, the county-wide commission voting that takes place where actually nothing actually took place. I think I should start to post some of the receipts of my public testimony or votes. I know like we had to vote and hold a meeting for the entire county commission for Brooklyn. We're talking about thousands of delegates, okay? You have to run through the Board of Elections, get elected by the people within your neighborhood or your district, and then you are able to be an electorate, right? And to vote on the Democratic Party in Brooklyn's organization, and the candidates who come through your particular district gets to vote in terms of whether they want to support those candidates. So it was good for me to see a lot of these judges, a lot of the folks who are running for public advocate and other positions before their names ended up on the ballot. So, it was interesting for me to see, but I knew for a fact that none of any of the agendas or policies and things that were being pushed had anything to do with foundational Black Americans or, us pushing our agenda forward. But it was a great learning tool. Then I got to see how gentrification, and the different political clubs or political organizing clubs within the Democratic County Committee electorates was organized. And so I would like to just do a whole space on that. So I would say that for the people who are up there participating in it, a lot of it is just a bunch of rigmarole, quite frankly, because the party leader of Brooklyn and this one and that one. I mean, it was just so much corruption that even when there were these like convenings biannually to vote on certain things, we were only voting on the rules in order to change the rules so that we could, you know, put another agenda or something on the thing. And so there was like a runaround that was going on. They had the same corrupt, like president of the Democratic County Committee who served for like, I don't know, 40 years, some old Italian dude. But I got to see how power moved, and I got to see how the different neighborhoods, when they showed up as electorates, what it looked like. Right. So when my mentor, Charles Barron, would come up to address the entire, you know, sea of delegates, like thousands of people, all of the Jews would stand up and just start like calling him an anti-Semite, for example. Right. Or if a candidate came up that wanted to run for judge or public advocate or something within the Democratic Party, I got to see which neighborhoods would stand up and support those candidates, what their policies were and who wouldn't. And I learned a lot about white power, a lot of white political infighting as well. And so me saying all of that to say, experiencing the Democratic Party, not just as a voter, but as someone who was actually elected to sit on a commission, I got to see like how big of a farce it was just in general. Like white folks is going back and forth and they banging on each other because nothing is getting done and they're disrupting stuff. So it was just a whole bunch of confusion. So there's this illusion that, you know, this is an actual party that's organized in a way that's going to be fair and democratic. It really isn't. It was about a whole bunch of lawyers, a whole bunch of rich people, a whole bunch of people from different neighborhoods or whatever, hoarding power so that, you know, folks in other neighborhoods and demographics wouldn't be able to get any agendas pushed or anything across. And at the end of the day, nothing was getting done at all, like for years. So I just wanted to say that. However, that level of political organizing and participating in the political process is important. I'm grateful for the experience. I'm a newly emancipated independent. I'm following in the footsteps of my father. But I did learn a lot about how power moves by participating in that. And then going to the DNC and those things. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I just sort of wanted to share that even when we participate, if folks choose to participate in any Democratic organization or Republican organization, there's always something that you can learn that you can bring back to empower your people with. And I'm going to land my plane there. Oh, wait. I'm just going to say that we're only voting or we should only be voting in service for our agenda. And that's what's going to empower our people and not any other group or demographic. Our votes are transactionals. It's a business deal. It's a business arrangement. It's like going to the store and buying a pair of shoes. Nobody buys a pair of shoes when you got a size foot 11 and they trying to sell you a size 7 and they force you and swindle you out of your money to buy some shoes that you can't even walk in. You know what I'm saying? And you bought those shoes, but you got to give them away to somebody who actually wears a size 7. We're not going to do that. We're going to, this is a business deal, a business transaction. We're only voting in a way that's going to empower us. And we need to start to see these issues as nonpartisan issues, right? Like reparations is a nonpartisan issue. I don't give a damn if you are a libertarian and you Black and you are a FBA, if you are a Republican, a Democrat or whatever. It's a nonpartisan issue. I think we should start to see immigration as a nonpartisan issue. So I'm going to land my plane there. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
I appreciate that, fam. I appreciate that, family. I tell people all the time, a Black person cannot be a Republican or a Democrat. You cannot be. You can vote for them all you like, but you cannot actually be a part of those parties. Those parties are only for white people, okay? And they only use people as political pawns and they treat them like footballs and they punt them back and forth. It's like a Frisbee, okay? At the end of the day, these Black folks who get into these parties and they truly believe that they're, one of them. Look at Barack Obama. He was the president of the United States of America, and he had little Karens waving their goddamn finger in his face, and he ain't say nothing. He had no power. The lowest person on the bottom, you had people that were city councilmen that were G-checking Barack Obama because all they are is a face. That is it. They have no power. They yield no power, and the Democrats and the Republicans only use them for that. Those two parties belong to one community, and that's a dominant society. Foundational Black America is the only way you could truly have true representation is right here on our side of the fence. Go ahead, Brother Naheem.
Yeah, definitely, man. Everybody's is going in. I don't have too much to add. I'm really just sitting back enjoying the conversation. But I will say, Marcel, I'm still in that one, man. When you say they offer us collard greens and fried chicken, you don't see them going to Chinese people offering them Chinese food. That was funny as hell. And that's something that I say when Barack Obama, when he was campaigning on both terms, he would use this trope that was specific to freedmen men, black men in America. Go and get your cousin Pookie off the couch. Go and get, like, this is how the party feels about us. And yet it is the party that we are locked into. I put in the Jumbotron, it's a website, a part of a little movement I'm helping to push. Don't Vote Blue 2022. I think that's a way that we can start, sending the consequence that we want this particular party to feel for their benign neglect. We have to be a little more creative as well. One of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of the podcasters are picking up these talking points. I've been seeing Star out there. I've even seen Lord Jamar, who's to me an anti-reparationist, starting to come around a little bit on certain things. That part of him that can't let him fully support it is going to always come out at some point. But nevertheless, we have to start creating our own soundtracks, our own music. I spoke about that in the space a few weeks ago. We need to start letting our voice be heard to the people that need to hear it in a way that they'll understand it. We need to start going to college campuses, and everything that's being said in this space, they need to hear. They need to hear us saying this. Sometimes a person doesn't know until he or she knows. And they might feel that they're obligated. Sister Tamara Johnson Shirley was running for the Senate in Georgia. And, she would call me often and tell me how rough it was. And she said one of the first questions that our people would ask her is, "Are you a Democrat?" And there was this pause and this hesitation. And she said, "Yeah." And then it was like this sigh of relief, as if she would have said, "No, I'm an independent or I'm a Republican," they would be like, "No, I can't mess with you." Like, we got to break ourselves out of voting for our own oppression. Us in this room, we know it. We preaching to the choir, and we hope that this message gets out there to everybody else. But we got to have the conversation, even if it's preaching to the choir. So, that's just my suggestion, that we got to start hitting up these college campuses. Let's start making some little documentaries, if we will, showing this history of benign neglect. I'll take that task on myself as well. We do the Be the Power YouTube platform where we do our live streams and we talk about these issues as well. So, that's all I have to add. I think it's time for us to expand the conversation in a creative way to our people and meet them where they are so that they can understand. I'll end with this. We see when Stacey Abrams sat down with the rapper from Atlanta, I think his name is Lil Baby. One of y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. And the brother didn't know what he was talking about. And at first I'm like, but then I had to think, like, if you knew nothing about politics and a politician came and spoke to you because you was a star, what would you say? You would be just as ignorant as that brother on the topic. So I believe that if we can get the word out, I think we can deliver the consequences, not just in 2022, but in 2024, and make them pay attention to us and let them know we ain't going nowhere and that this movement will only grow. Peace.
Appreciate that, brother. You use the term that we don't use enough politically, and that was consequences. the fact there's got to be consequences for the benign neglect that they give to foundational Black Americans. There has to be consequences. It's a little thing where they can do anything as they please. They can, lie to us on the campaign trail. They can use Black folks who are harmed by race soldiers in their campaign commercials. These type of things have to be met with consequences and repercussions, and we're going to have to truly dish these things out and let them know that you're not going to be allowed to eat off the plates of foundational Black Americans. You're not going to be able to steal from us, lie to us on the campaign trail, and then give us nothing when you're in office. Joe Biden, he first was elected. Now, mind everybody, Joe Biden is 397 years old. Okay. He's very, very old man. Okay. He's in a nursing home somewhere, but he sat down with his old ass hand and he wrote 100 executive orders for everybody except for us. Everybody except for us, and he's been doing it. And the whole "we gonna hold him, accountable after the election" crowd, they all disappeared. They disappeared the next day because we've been on them. So the momentum that we have right now, where we're really putting them, feet to the fire, and we're putting pressure on everybody. That's what has to be done. And the brothers and sisters right here has alluded to it. And I think that type of energy that we got is truly changing the political landscape of the United States of America. Sister Nordos, I have 2 questions for you. Okay, I'm gonna have you in this one right here, and I'm gonna reset you to talk about break from the Democratic Party, and then if you could slide in as well, you'll be the first person to answer this question about cultural appropriation, which is obviously happened. We're gonna talk about Fat Joe, we're gonna talk about Busta Rhymes, but we can allude to that even further. The floor is yours.
Can you give that question to somebody else? Because I wanted to. I had something I wanted to say. Can somebody else take that question?
Anybody who wants to take it, go ahead. Floor is yours. Afro, I know you got something for it.
I mean, I can't just have my turn though.
No, you want it in a minute? Hold on. When you want it, you got to put specifics on it.
I mean, I'm answering the question about the Democratic Party in general.
That's what I said. Answer the question about the Democratic Party, and then afterwards, and then that's what I said. It's a 2-part.
Okay. So I posted. Mine is going to be I'm going to play an audio, but I posted a video. I love that Naheem said we have to come up with creative ways to get this messaging out, because we've got to expedite the message. We've got to break our minds from the mental chain of voting for the lesser of 2 evils. I think Marcel said something about if you get bad food. My analogy is if I date 2 men and one beats me and another one beats me and one beats me less, I'm not going to be with either one of them. So anyway, I posted this video. It's in the Jumbotron. It says, watch this animated video to understand how we've been bamboozled about the 2-party voting system. We're set up to lose. Voting for the lesser of 2 evils is a scam. We lose every time. We need something in return for our votes. No Black agenda, no vote. This is a really cute cartoon. It's about Black people on a plantation and how these 2 white slavers conspired to bamboozle them on their vote. So I'm going to play this audio. This is something you can send. I'm starting it way in the middle, so I hope this part makes sense. But things like this, you can send around to your family and friends. Here we go.
Into the fields to pick the cotton.
Can you guys hear it?
Day 4. I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed. Months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day, and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto, "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all." One day, Mr. Smith announced, "Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes.
1 more minute.
Begin." Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. I was excited when all this started, he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing's changed. We're all still slaves. There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own
Almost
food, and
done.
take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say...
Oops, I accidentally turned it off, but you get the gist of it. So that's my contribution. Everybody's pretty much spoken on it, but just remember, slavery never ended. They just changed the name. So we've got to find a way to make our votes count and get something in exchange for our vote. Peace, love, and reparations.
I appreciate that, family. Brother Afro, you want to add on?
Did you want to switch the subject, or do you want me to? You said add on, I mean switching the subject, right?
Yeah, I want to talk about cultural appropriation. And I actually, Nordos, I wanted you to speak about it because of the Power 106 situation. If you want to answer that, if you want to pass it to Afro, it's fine.
Specific, is there a specific area, or you just general?
Just in general, just, you can start right there, what's going on there, and I'm sure it mimics across the country.
Okay, short version is, for those of you who don't know, I've been, pushing a campaign, a protest, and like I said, a strategic campaign behind the scenes, because we have a lot of people in this country, as a matter of fact, a great majority of people in this country who imitate us and make money off of imitating us, which is cultural appropriation. Power 106 is not just a radio station, it's a radio conglomerate that owns stations all around the United States, and they're going around buying up all the black stations, playing Black American freedmen music, particularly to Latinos, and they only hire Latinos. If you go to their website, Power 106 FM in Los Angeles, the whole page is all black artists, but nobody working there is a Black American freedman. They're not even black, period. So the reason I took this on, I have a bigger project that I'm working on, but this popped up with the whole Tariq, American Cholo, Tyga thing. Somebody said this, we have to stop being the friendly, grinning, and cheesing people. We have got to be a people that scowl at people just like the American Indians did. I mean, not the American Indians, the Native Americans, the Asians. The Asians said, stop calling us Oriental. Did you see anybody running up on them, debating them, what they should be called? No, that's their business. That's their right to self-identify. It's their right to protect their culture and to have a culture that's looked at and upheld with dignity. And then you had the Native Americans. They said, don't call us Redskins. Don't name a team mascot after us. Don't walk around in our feathers. Those mean things to us. We've been in this country for so long that we've been duped into thinking everything we produce is for everyone else. It's American. It is not. It is our culture. Just because we don't dress in a foreign way and speak in a foreign way, we have to remember we're part of the dominant culture, but we are a subset of the dominant culture that has gifted not just this country, but the world with our great culture. And it's about time we started beating our chest. No, we just did that dance on TikTok. No, you don't get to copy it. That's it's just a dance. It's not a dance. If it's a dance, then you go do it without us. No, you didn't invent that. We invented this. It's time to beat our chest and talk to people the way that we should. Be adamant, be strong, be vehement. No. So back to the Power 106 thing. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was going to go smoother. So implementing the second phase is a very high level thing where we have to get people to the table, negotiate. Maybe even bring some lawsuits, whatever it's going to take. But everybody has a piece of us. And I need you to hear me. Everybody comes here and has a piece of us. We are the American dream. It's not the land of milk and honey. It's the people of milk and honey. So now we're so far behind that everyone's angry with us. We even have Italians coming out talking about they helped invent hip hop. We got Latinos burning us out of our homes while speaking like us, dressing like us, listening to our oldies and our hip hop. Everybody has a piece of us. Over in Asia, it's a booming industry. Look at K-pop. That shit is so raggedy. But everybody's making millions and billions off of us. And I implore you guys, start giving people the hard stare, not the side eye, and say it with your chest. That's not your culture. And I use this as an example since Black immigrants are very similar to us, you know, in that we're dark-skinned people, so people think we're the same. We're not the same. Ghanaians do not imitate Nigerians. Nigerians do not imitate Senegalese. Koreans do not imitate Vietnamese. So why should any other ethnic group imitate us? And I'm going to show you how ridiculous this is. If we all started tomorrow going, oh, Nigerians are cool, we're just going to pretend we're Nigerian from now on. And we start saying, hey, what is this? I beg, oh, yeah. What is that you say? Don't I sound ridiculous? I'm a Black American woman. Do you know how intentional and conscious you have to be to imitate somebody else's culture? It doesn't mean that just because we're Black, we're not the same. We're not Nigerians. We're not Somalis. And they all know it, but they're all imitating us, writing books about us, being commentators on TV about us, playing our roles. Everybody is eating off of us. And it's time we said, no, that's our culture. We're an improvisational people and we're great at it. And y'all aren't. But you don't get to bite off of us. So I don't know if I touched on enough. Black Alpha, I could get more analytical. I'm just trying to keep it topical. But I hope you guys get what I'm saying. The fight with Power 106 continues. I hope you all will support me when I make my next announcement as to what the next move is. But we have got to talk to people like every other ethnicity does. Do not let people culturally appropriate us. Don't let them wear our hairstyles, nothing. Talk like us, say the N-word, nothing. Peace, love, and unity.
Much respect to that. Much respect to that. Afro, you want to go ahead and continue that, fam?
Yes, sir. And I'm so glad to be talking about this. Okay. I've been saying this for years. When the situation with Michael B. Jordan, if you guys were on Twitter at that time, when Michael B. Jordan came up with a drink, I think it was Dravette. He named it after some type of Juve. Thank you. He named it after some Caribbean holiday, and you had Caribbeans all over Twitter sitting up there, oh, that's cultural appropriation, take it down, you're not Caribbean, you're not Caribbean. And all I said was, the second we as foundational Black Americans start keeping the same energy, watch all of you guys start crying foul. And that's exactly what is happening right now. The thing is that what comes around goes around, and they're not ready for it. They're not ready for us gatekeeping the same way they were. And you know what? That's fine. Let them have their little holidays where they're dancing butt naked in the street. Let them have all of that stuff, because we have to realize that we're the sauce. We have to realize that we're like the judges of the world. Everything comes to our table, our desk, and they be all like, FBA, do you approve of this? Is this cool? And we have to be the ones with the gavel in our hand saying, you know what? We do not approve of this, and it dies down. I said this in one of my YouTube videos, that the snapback hat, because there's like different versions of the hat. The original one was actually created by a white woman, and it was sold, and then it completely died. Nobody was buying it. Everybody thought it was lame and it sucked, until NWI started wearing it. Now everybody wants to wear it again. Nobody wants to do anything unless we do it. Either we made it or either we approve of it. If we don't do any one of those things, it's not going to happen. We are the culture. Everybody's sitting up there acting like us. If we're going to be honest, we've been too humble with the things that we have done. I said this before. If you guys didn't know, the guitar was actually invented by foundational Black Americans, okay? So that means that every single song that you listen to that gets played with a guitar, that's kind of like we can kind of take claim to that, but we don't. We let them have it. You know, we don't go around saying all of Bob Marley's music that belongs to us. And to be honest, a lot of it really does. We let people have their stuff, and now they want to come and take our stuff. They want to say hip hop was started by them. If we kept the same energy, and even right now we're still trying to be nice and humble. That's just how great of a people we are. If we ever kept the same energy, nobody in the world would really have anything. To be honest, you wouldn't even have doorknobs. You would literally, this world would be a third world like the medieval times had it not been for us. We are like the kings and queens of the planet Earth. And I will say this, and I don't care who this offends, and then I will land here. Foundational Black Americans collectively are the greatest people in the world. Okay? Now, I know some people are going to nitpick certain people like Jim Clyburn. Like, what about Jim Clyburn? Yeah, you can nitpick the coons, but I'm talking about collectively from beginning to end, everything we've contributed to the planet Earth. Nobody else can touch us. We're untouchable. And that's why everybody wants to culturally appropriate. We don't go around saying that we created salsa. We created this and that. We could, if we know the history of it, we really could, but we don't. We let them have their stuff, but they won't let us have ours, okay? You hate from the bottom up. You don't hate from the top down. And I'll land there.
Man, talk that talk, Afro. Talk that. Hey, I say that all the time, brother. We the best 24/7. They can't stop it, brother. Brother Sage, you want to go ahead and elaborate, man? Because I know in New York, it's heavy with the appropriation.
Yeah, it's going crazy over here. And I'm pretty sure all of us have seen words today that the Hip Hop Awards is being hosted by, Slim Joe. So again, this is just a ploy to just get our attention. I'm pretty sure they heard what was going on in the Twitter field, and now they want to use that for monetary gain. We just got to peep the game for what it is and see it, 100 miles and running. And now, again, hip hop is like, we have something called Hip Hop Avenue in New York, specifically in the Bronx. And to say that it came from elsewhere, it's the definition of cultural appropriation, because I believe that hip hop itself is just a branch off of a tree. All of these music forms in America were created by foundationals / freedmen. And to say that, you created one, leaf off of that branch is just a lie. So again, we went through this whole space a couple weeks ago. Me, you, Beatzilla, Brother Alpha, we went through this weeks ago about this whole hip hop situation. So I don't want to harp on it again. We all know the truth. I believe Brother Alpha was touching up on something. Yes. And I don't give a damn who this offends. Yes, we did create ska and reggae music. I don't give a damn. Roscoe Gordon was foundational Black American. He is the man that created the modern sound that you hear from these reggae artists of today. So again, if you really want to go down that route, then we can go down that route. But again, when we're talking equal playing field, you have people like, Serena Williams, you have people like LeBron James, you have people like Michael Jordan, you have people like Michael Jackson. We have the best of the best here. You have the Lewis Latimers of the world. We can get out of the sports realm. You have the Lewis Latimers of the world. You have the Denzel Washingtons of the world. We're the best at anything that we do. So if you want to, try to take our culture, just make sure it's authentic. That's all I was saying. With that, I digress.
Much respect, family. I always tell people, foundational Black Americans, we in the front of the line, and other people so far behind us, we can't even see them anymore. Sister JL, it's on you if you want to elaborate further.
Okay, so first I did put a quote, a tweet in the Jumbotron. Back when I said this, I was one of the first people that I remember saying this. And I'm not saying that to toot my own horn, but it's just crazy because now everyone's saying this. Like, y'all have no idea how crazy it is just to be here, because if you guys are kind of new to this, you used to really get quote unquote packed up on Twitter for advocating for Black Americans. So I just want to put that out there. This is beautiful. I'm loving this build, I'm loving the space. So I just want to share a story when it comes to cultural appropriation, because I like to note it, or I like to focus on the fact that these people are in our communities. For instance, I was on the south side of Atlanta, which is a predominantly Black area, for those of you that don't know. and I had to stop at the wing spot because for some reason my charger wasn't working in my car. I don't know why. So I had to get out and physically charge it somewhere. So I went into this wing spot. I used to work over there. I've been to this wing spot plenty times. So I go in there, charge my phone, and I get on the phone to have a call. So tell me why the Asian lady who was working there comes up to me and she says, hey, it's fine if you charge your phone, but next time it would be, had an attitude towards me. It would be great if you could ask next time, something like that. And I really had to digest what she was saying to me. I was almost taken aback. I was very shocked that she said this, but I also feel like she did not expect me to have a rebuttal like most of these people don't. So I let her know. I said, first of all, I've come here for years. I've put money into your pocket. I said, you're not in Chinatown right now. You are on the black side of Atlanta. A lot of you are funded. Your whole families, you put your kids through college based on our money. I said, you have some audacity asking me to ask you to use a charger when I literally put money in your pocket and come to this wing spot for years. So that's not the craziest part. This lady actually told me, she said, I said, y'all are actually new in this country compared to my ancestors. See, this is why I don't like to argue with y'all about indigenous or coming over from the slave ship, but this is where these people really bother me. She said, oh, well, your ancestors came over the slave ship. My ancestors came over here too. I said, no, that's where you're wrong. A lot of you don't know that a majority of us were from here. We are not new here. We are a different group, and you guys feel like we're all outsiders. That is why I don't, even if you feel, I don't even want to get into that conversation, but it's so important to understand your roots in this land, because I feel like when you do that, you walk around with a certain confidence. Ever since I have realized where we are really from, I walk around with the confidence of not letting these people talk to me any type of way. When I go to these Mexican restaurants and they tell me, oh, you can't use the bathroom, I make sure to tell them in America, an American restaurant would not do that. That's not how things work in America. I speak my truth. I go. I let these people know, and you can always tell they're taken aback. They don't expect you to tell them the truth. They don't expect you to speak truth to power. She was speechless when I said we are actually funding your lifestyle. She's just looking at me speechless. So that's not even the crazy part. So I left. I said, I'm never going to support you again. I'm never going to spend my money at this business. So a Black woman walks in right after I'm done with everything. And I say to the Black woman, I said, they don't like Black people here. And I explained to her what the lady did to me. Tell me why the lady walked in and she still supported that business anyway. That's what I hate. That's what I'm sick of. But I do feel like when it comes to cultural appropriation, these people understand that they are pretty much making money off of us. They are, finding areas that we live to make wings, to sell hair. You know what I'm saying? Like it's old. We've been talking about this for years. What I think we have to do, because they're past saying we're xenophobic. You get what I'm saying? We're hitting them with too many facts. I think we have to speak truth to these people, and they're going to be shocked, but it is so worth it. And I'm telling you, it's empowering to use your throat chakra. I'm very chill. I'm very calm, but when it comes to speaking what I know, I have no problem doing that. And more of these people need a dose of truth.
Big facts. Much respect. Brother Marcel, are you there, brother? You can elaborate if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we are the most imitated people in the world. And that always amazes me, because I'm always like, how and why? Like, how did this happen? Like, we just wake up. We didn't set to be the trendsetters and, the innovators that we are. It's just like, because we went through this uniquely traumatic, brutal experience, and yet we ended up becoming the most inventive, culturally creative people that everyone in the world is trying to imitate. You don't see them trying to imitate any other culture worldwide besides ours. Now, that is something that I guess we can be proud of, but where it's also not enriching us, which is why I supported what Carney was trying to do with Power 106. We've been too nice. And that's why I'm still mad at us. Even when people come in these Twitter spaces and they come at us with BS, and these are not one of our own. These are not like our fellow Freeman people who are just probably not where we are. These are people who are obviously trolling, obviously don't like us, and we're sitting there, sir and mammon. We gotta be. I don't care, woman, man, child. You're anti-Black. You run up on me like you're gonna harm me. I'm showing you no mercy. We've been too nice, and we've been making them think that we playing games around here. That niceness is why we got fat ass Joe, who's going around talking about something. It was 50-50 when hip hop was created. Because we've been sitting there going, man, bruh, ain't no bruh. You ain't create nothing. The only thing you created were those empanadas that you sat there and stuffed down your fat throat, which is why you weigh 300 pounds now. That's the only thing you created. Empanadas and el arroz con gandules. That's what you created, okay? We need to stop being nice. I am sick of us with this laid-back, relaxed attitude of everything, just like what Jael said her example. I know Jael's telling the truth because I've seen that happen. Remember when that restaurant, that male down Asian-owned hair store, the guy beat up the black woman, and remember the black men went there and shut it down? And remember they did a special sale because they weren't getting the money? Who was lined up out there? The strong links.
Yeah, that was Brother Marcel. That was June's beauty supply store. June was a Korean. The sister who got hit, her name was April. Allegedly her.
Okay, Jade is being modest. Jade is the one that shut that down. Tell her
No,
truth.
no, no.
Come
I
on,
was
Lioness.
in Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn.
You shut that down.
My comrades at the same time, they had
take
the beauty
take
supply
your
store.
bow.
Thank you. No, the beauty supply store situation happened in actually it was in Tulsa, right? And the brothers that were out there, one of them is a brother student minister out there in Tulsa, and they were the ones who did the protest against June's. And so he was a Korean. The sister April, who got punched in the mouth, allegedly her son like picked up a keychain or something in the store, and so June's punched her. And then like everything Marcel said, but honestly what happened was June, they went to court. June basically got off. I think he ended up getting his sentence was like a week of volunteer work or something like that, community service. And then soon after, the sister she had cancer and she passed away, so she never got justice. She never got to like to take it to another court or anything like that. And the other situation with the Red Apple Nail Salon was in Brooklyn, so that's a whole nother conversation. But yes, to what the sister Jael said and what Brother Marcel said, like, yeah, when that situation with June happened in Tulsa, there was brothers out there. There were brothers out there ready to shut it down, and it was a whole bunch of sisters in line because he was like, you know what, I'm gonna get you Negroes in here one way or another to get this edge control and these lashes, so everything 50% off. And a lot of those women were non-foundational Black American. So I just want
I figured. So but there was another incident that happened, and this black brother, he wasn't having it. He went in and he told the black woman, get from the window. They was getting their nails done. I guess they didn't know what happened. And he ran his car through the shop. I don't know if y'all remember that video.
That's Brother Tyrone. Yeah, that's Brother Tyrone. He's a community advocate, and he planned to do that. And he was peacefully arrested. That was probably the most peaceful arrest I've ever seen. But that was an Asian established business as well. So yeah, we do what we got to do out here.
But so South Carolina, we hold it down too. So first of all, see, I don't know, maybe because they know these gully geeky people down here don't be playing. They don't be putting their hands on none of us. But I went one time, because every time I eat rice with everything. So I went to I always post the food dish. I get that from a little grocery store here in my town, Ridgeland. Well, they didn't have any rice that day, and boy, we were ballistic. So I said, well, let me get some rice. I said, I'll go to the Chinese. So I haven't been to this Chinese restaurant in like 10 years. Okay? But I went there to the drive-thru, and the lady was at the drive-thru, and I pulled up there, and I was like, oh, hey, how you doing? She's like, what you want? Wow. It went south real quick. I said, hello, because you know how we do in the South. If we say good morning and you don't respond with good morning back, we're going to say it again. I said, well, hello, how you doing? She's like, yeah, your order? I said, did you not hear me ask how you're doing? I said, let me tell you one goddamn thing. I'm sick of you people coming in here thinking that somebody's going to roll out the red carpet like you're doing us a favor here with your presence. I said, if it wasn't for people that look like me, you would not have none of this. And I said, let me tell you, it'll be people like me that will take all of this. And I was going in. Her husband came from the back. You know how they like to bow, and that little timid speech? Because when they realize that you're giving that energy, they're not doing that bowing. And I had my hands on my gun because there ain't going to be no Latasha Harlins with me. Okay, it'll be the revenge of Latasha Harlins because I ain't the one. So anyway, so the guy was like, I said, I'm the customer. I said, when I speak, you tell me how you're doing and you put a smile on your face. I went in on them. So I said, I just wanted rice. I said, but you know what? Let me get a lot more. So I ordered like 7 to 8 different items. When they would bring it to the window, guess what I did? Pulled the hell off, put it across the street to KFC, got rice, went home and ate. Now, that's how you got to deal with them. So we've been too damn respectful. We've been too nice. We've been broing and mamming and sirring, letting white women put their hands on us, you know, calling white men sir when they called us the N-word. That's going to stop. It's going to stop. Okay? Every other group has gotten way more than us. They're copying us, taking credit from us, or they're trying to, but we didn't let it happen. And they're acting like somebody done something to them. We are the group that has a right to be enraged. And if we're not going to take effective action with that rage, then there's no need to have it. And if you don't have it, then something's definitely wrong with you, and you are a liability. You are actually the problem. Now, I'm going to land with this. The way we deal with cultural appropriation overall, from the artistic viewpoint, is we have to have our own institutions. We have our brother Sage here, who's a musician. His EP is in the Jumbotron. We support our artists. Don't get mad because white people go out there and they buy the hell out of Adele's music. Adele sounds like a horse throat, knockoff, methamphetamine, trailer trash version of Jasmine Sullivan. That's all she is. Okay? Are we supporting Jasmine Sullivan? We love to complain about music, but are we supporting our artists out there? No, we're not. We are not. And if these other artists that we like to complain about, if they weren't selling, we wouldn't be hearing from them. So the fact is, whoever supported them supports them. We don't support what we want to hear. But we have to have our own institutions. That's why we need reparations. But in the meantime, we do have a lot of Freeman artists that's putting out Freeman music, that's doing Freeman arts. We can't be lazy. We're lazy politically. We're lazy culturally. We want people to come to us and say, you know, I'm running for office, right? Why can't we go on the internet and find out who's running for office? Why can't we go on the internet and look up a person's platform? Why can't we go on the internet and say, you know, I like what this guy is representing. Let me go out here and support him. Same thing with culturally. Why can't we go out there and find these Freeman artists? If you know a Freeman in your city or town who has good art, why can't we support them and put them up on game and make those phone calls? Because some of us have connections. We have to support our own, build our own, and that's why reparations is so important. Then we can get rid of Whack Joe and bust a lie.
Brother Alpha, give me 1 second if I may. Marcel, I see exactly what you're going through. I've seen your tweets. I haven't said anything to you, and I'm talking about, oh yeah, gotcha. So if there's some straightening that needs to get done again, not a problem. But again, I've been quiet. I'm seeing you going back and forth with this dude again. So if he wants the business again, it's not an issue. And with that, I digress.
Well, thank you, Sage. I'm going to do something happy for the callers. You know, I'm that Haitian guy who loves to say the N-word and him. I'm going to be in New York City soon because I'm going to see my great-grandfather who's still alive. He's my only living great-grandparent. And, you know, I'm just going to go see him and my cousins and stuff up there. Not all of my family has come back south. These ones, one was living in Georgia, but he moved back. But I think he wants to come back south eventually. My great-grandfather, he said he's never coming back to South Carolina. He said it's too hard. The mosquitoes too big. So he said he's never coming back. So I'm going to see him, and I will be making it known and let someone try me. That's all I'm going to say, especially him. Now,
just let me know before you pull up.
Definitely.
I got a question. Hey, Brother Marcel, when Stacey Abrams coming to Savannah, man? I've been looking. They ain't been posting it.
I've been looking through. Now, I heard CJ the DJ supposedly, because you know they're cowards. You know they're nothing but stylish cowards. I heard he held an event for her. And you better believe he didn't push on nothing specific with Black Americans. First of all, they're too dumb to even think about that. Every other group comes to these events thinking about what are you going to do for my group. We're the only group that goes there, and the last thing we think about, at all, is what you're going to do for my group. So I'm sure CJ the DJ was too dumb to ask Stacey Abrams any questions specifically about what she's going to do for Freeman, Black Americans. And if he did, I'm sure she probably gave us a BS answer. He just sat there like, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I feel you. Because they don't think Stacey Abrams' big ass could run circles around them and have her sneakers smoking and they wouldn't know it. That's why I need to be there. Because apparently these other ones, they own nothing. And I don't even study political science or nothing like that. You're just not going to BS me. And you're not going to BS my people either. So I'm going to find out when you come to Savannah. But here's the truth. I'm going to tell you this is the truth. They know not to send us things because when Kamala Harris came down to Georgia, I registered for Savannah, Georgia events too for the Democratic Party. Even though I'm in South Carolina, Savannah's right there. I usually get all their emails. This time, Kamala came down and I could not find the location. They never publicized it. So I was on Twitter, and someone was like, look at these idiots. It was some Trump supporters who were protesting, and I knew the location, so I drove there. Went there, it's like, well, are you on the invitation list? I said, I didn't know it was the invitation list. I never got an email, so how was supposed to get on the list? Like, well, sorry, it's invitation only. I said, okay, I have to go. They said, put your carpet around. You think I put my carpet around? Nope. But a police officer saw me and said, you heard what they just said? Get out of here. So I had to leave, but damn it, I was going to get her. So they like to hide. That's my whole point of that story.
Fam, when you come down here, I'll meet you on River Street, brother. I'll meet you on River Street.
I'll be right there.
Brother Afro, hey, what's the name of that? Was it the mayor in Chicago, man? The one that looked like Beetlejuice?
Lori Lightfoot, yep. Everybody's favorite drunk uncle.
Hey, didn't she say she had the biggest, nah, I'm gonna leave that alone. You know what I'm talking about, family. You heard her say that. Hey, I'll tell everybody though.
You need to say it.
Was it a penis?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, I talked about penises and white girl butt cheeks and everything else last night on this platform. So we going to take it back there today again? Is this what we have to do right now?
I'm done, man. I didn't say that, y'all. It is true, because when I be looking at the Lori left foot, I'd be like, that's Larry left foot. Man. Anyway, hey, but the pull-up season is real. They say pull-up summer. I don't say pull-up summer. Summer, that's one season. I say it's pull-up, all across the board. Pull-up year. Let's make it decade, century. That's what it is. We have to literally be in these people's face. That goes from the tethers to the politicians. The more we sit back and yell at the TV and, do shit they used to do in the past, that don't get nothing done. We got to actually be out here. I've seen Brother Afro in the streets, Brother Marcel as well, Brother Sage, Lioness, Nordos, JL, Zilla, Queen Alpha, me. Like, we really, really transmit truth to power. And the best way to do that is to actually be out in the streets, and all those people who talk that stuff about us, behind their keyboards and say all those things, when they really got to deal with us, they know it's different when they got to see an FBA face to face. They know it. They know the smoke is way different.
Brother Alpha, and I'm not gonna tell on myself, this is recorded, but I am living proof. When dudes see you in face to face, they different. None of that. There's no smoke. There's no steam. There's no nothing. When you knocking on their door, shit is different. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, that energy go away real quick. Hey, it go from a wildfire to a goddamn a brush fire real fast. I got a question for everybody, and I just want to throw this out there, in terms of, what's coming up the next year, because, we're in pretty much the last quarter of the year. And this year, I'm going to be honest with you, it's felt like 2 years in one. 2 years in one, just the things that we've seen right here in terms of all these different groups have come at us. And, it's pretty much the whole world. It's the world against FBA, but it's all good. We live by it all the time. I want to ask anybody who wants to take it, the question I want to present to you, what do we do going forward, and not just, individually, but collectively? We all have a good idea of it. But for the people out there who are listening, what's the next step for us, in terms of foundational Black American excellence, putting things down politically and socially? What do we do collectively, individually? We all do a little, we all do a lot. Let's just put it all on the table. Brother Marcel, you can go into anybody else want to take it. It's open forum now. Everybody spoke. We done put it all on the line. Let's rock.
Go ahead, Marcel.
Okay, what we have to do is we got to get on the ground. We got to get on the ground. I'm going to say it. And someone's like, you got to stop being mean. It's not being mean. It's called being direct. We got to be straightforward with each other. I don't give a damn. During the civil rights movement, we may have thought all of our grandparents were out there and they weren't. And we may look, so, it only takes a little bit of us. Okay, yeah, we don't need everyone to get on cold. And we're not going to get everyone on cold. But that doesn't mean that just because it only takes a little bit of us to get it done, that doesn't mean we should sit there and be content with just a little bit of us getting done. We need to not repeat the mistakes that our grandparents made. We need to start calling people out who are sitting on the sideline and would contribute good to this work. Too many of us are sitting on the sideline, piling on Twitter, hashtagging no tangible, no votes, and after that, nothing. No more. We need to be on the ground. So this Sunday, September 11th at 7 o'clock, I am not an organizer, but guess what? We need an organizer. There's been Nicola and I. So I am now stepping up trying to organize. So my goal was 30. I have 73 people that have now signed up for, my little reparations army here in South Carolina. We are going to actually arranged to get on the ground. There's a committee of it's not going to be a committee of reparations like what they're doing in California. Reparations needs to happen on the federal level. So I'm not interested in doing like state level quote unquote reparations. However, I'm doing a state level reparations initiative with the Black Caucus. They're going to give me access to their infrastructure, phone numbers, emails, and when they do events, I'll be able to speak with people about reparations. Okay, so the people in South Carolina that are not on Twitter, that don't watch the news, that don't maybe know Tariq Nasheed and Jason Blacks, they will hear the same type of information, though, that we are entitled to reparations. And they'll start getting a goal and say, hey, don't come to me without that. They're going to understand that we need tangibles. They're going to understand that they've done it for other groups. They're going to understand that when they try to tell you they don't have the money, yes, they do. We have to educate our people, and that happens on the ground. Not enough of us are on the ground. We're online. That's great. I'm online all the time. I want to continue to be. But we need to get on the ground more. So I told the Black Caucus, I have 73 people who don't even mess with the Democrats like that. They're only going to probably even deal with y'all because I'm asking them to. But we don't have to work with y'all. We can do our own thing. But we can either be an asset to y'all or we can do our own thing. The reason I'm saying that I want to work with them because they have access to our people. They have the information. They have events that our people will come to just because it's the Democrats. That's who they're signed up to be involved with. That's starting. We have a reparations candidates here in South Carolina. So September 11th at 7 o'clock, those who are South Carolinian, if you actually signed up for the Reparations Army, and those who are in neighboring towns or neighboring counties in Georgia and North Carolina, but I'm really focusing on South Carolinians, you should have gotten the email. You should have gotten the text. You should have gotten it in your direct message box. You should have gotten it in Facebook. You should have gotten it in Instagram. If you got it and I sent it to you and you claim you don't see it, you saw it, you just don't want to do it, and I'm not going to run you down. But the good news is 50 people have signed up for that meeting on Sunday. I'm going to have a guest speaker there. I'm going to have a call to action. And the Black Caucus just got back to me and tell me that the subcommittee is going to be a goal. They just have to hold the vote, and they better come back with a yay. So we have to get on the ground, feet on the ground, knocking on doors, shaking hands, educating people as we speak. Now, some of us say, if you see a brother or a sister on the street, just go up and speak to them. That's good. That's very good. However, that will take us 80 years. We don't have 8 years to get that, to reach all our people. So the reason why I said I was going to start it underneath the Democrat Black Caucus is because they do big events all the time where I can probably, walk down the street and talk to 10 people in a day. They can do an event and get at least 400 people there, and I get the mic and I'm able to educate our people about how we are being played and how we're not going to take it no more. When I ran for Congress, that speech I gave, the last one I gave, when I was like the one that I was on the stage, there was a bunch of white people there. Those are things you're able to do when you have feet on the ground and you're working with an organization that already has infrastructure. I can care less about the Democrats. I can care less about any of them, but I do need to use their infrastructure to reach out people. So that's it. Feet on the ground. If you are in South Carolina, you need to hit me up in my direct messages right now so I can see you this link to join the Reparations Army, and then you can join and sign up, and I'll see you Sunday, September 11th, 7 o'clock p.m. It's going to be virtual via Google Meets. The first of many meetings. We're either going to make reparations happen or it's not going to happen. If you want reparations to happen, you have to do your part.
Excellent. Yeah, everything our brother Marcel said. And to underscore your last part, like we have to do our part, and it doesn't really matter which, political party, but to get active. And that's direct advice and advising that Dr. Claude Anderson gave me before I even went into the Democratic Party County Commission situation. But we got to get active, and we have to organize, and we have to stop talking, and we need to start doing more than we speak. And we also need to start studying and being aware of what's happening. So I want to, for the solutions that I have for the family moving forward, we are projecting a lot of our energy and our time and our focus on the exterior because, yes, we need to solve these problems on the outside, but we really need to be gentle with ourselves and take care of ourselves in the process, and to also do our own spiritual work, because that only emboldens us to have our efforts when we do show up and do the work in the world and organize and stuff. It really has it manifest and hit different when we are in alignment. with divine purpose. So whatever that means for you, for the family who are listening, but we consume a lot of negativity. We have our own generational trauma. We have post-traumatic slave syndrome, and every day white supremacists, tethers, all of these things that are set up to undermine us, like it definitely does take a toll. And so, it's really important that we also think about what we're consuming and to sort of recharge, clean off, spiritually, and get back into the game and make that a part of the work as well. And really, make that a part of the work as well. Continue to honor the ancestors and their legacy. The final thing I'll say, because Marcel hit on all of the political points that I concur with, we need to pay attention to what's happening in the world as well and other political dynamics. I know our sister Noidos earlier talked about that there is an actual energy crisis. There's a food shortage crisis. There's things happening in Ukraine. There are things that are happening all over the world that actually do impact us, right? They impact us, but oftentimes, like, we are so focused on meeting our needs at the lower level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like, I can't think about like going outside and organizing if I don't have electricity or food on the stove. So we're caught up in, as foundational Black Americans freedmen, we're caught up in the sort of day-to-day survival, like not trying to get pulled over, making sure that we're safe and stuff like that, that it's hard, it's difficult for us sometimes to remember that there are other things playing out in the world that are also impacting and compounding the issues that we're dealing with. And so we want to, I'll suggest that we become more savvy and aware of international events and international policy and, things that are happening in other countries. And the way that like folks are rising up in other countries, like people are legit burning stuff down. Like, oh, nah, my electricity bill is too high. People outside rioting. I'm not advocating violence, but it's just interesting to see that people in the global economy is tanking in specific ways. I think it was the country of Sri Lanka. Y'all see all those people rolled up in the president's house? They were having a whole party, right? And so we are having our experience. And at the same time, they're natives on the planet also going against their governments, and they're facing a lot of some of the same issues that we are facing or not. But it's just really, really important that we look at these types of things, because when the U.S., listen, if you ever study history, when your country's in debt, the best way and the quickest way for it to make money is for it to go to war. And I'm going to land on that plane.
Sister JL, Afro, if you guys want to take it, Sage, Marcel, anybody, it's all open forum.
I would just have to agree with what Lioness said. I think that sometimes we do kind of lose sight at some of the bigger problems that are going on in the world. Like, some of us should have had land like yesterday. A lot of the rich people are buying bunkers, just a lot of stuff that is kind of going on under our nose. And I do think that we have to pay more attention to that. Food shortages, definitely stock up on food. I don't know if a lot of you are conspiracy theorists, but this would be the time to kind of look into the conspiracies, because there is, very weird stuff happening in our world. I don't say that to scare anyone, because I do feel like we are in a period where things get worse before they get better. So, and then one thing I do want to say, while there's a lot of people in this room, I don't know if y'all have realized, and this is kind of random, but Spaces is making people put up emojis that they're not putting up. So Twitter is getting very messy. Watch what you say on these apps, just when it comes to like threads or anything like that, because we're definitely being watched. Not saying that to scare anyone, but yeah, like it's definitely some COINTELPRO stuff with now people saying, "Oh, I didn't put up that emoji. I didn't put up that." I've been seeing that all week, and it's really kind of scary if you understand the implications of what that means. So I'll just leave it there. And
Jael, that just happened to me.
Yo, like, it's so crazy. And they're doing it strategically. Like, y'all know what I mean? Like, if there's somebody in their room you don't like, they're doing it strategically. Like, that's what's giving me chills about it all.
It was a nasty emoji. And I was like, I didn't type that.
I had to stop a space the other day and say, I didn't put up that laughing emoji. Like, it's so crazy. But yeah, it's happening. It's weird.
I do want to say on that note, that's why Dee Tubman, she always records all of the spaces. and uploads them, well, not all, but most of them. It's very good what she does, because I have some of these tethers thinking that they can take my words and snip it and make it seem like something I said that I didn't say. They don't realize that D. Tubman records a lot of the spaces, and she doesn't upload all of them, but she does record them, and when you need them to get the full context, she has them. So like I already told them, I ain't gonna let them know nothing. Sometimes my mother says, let people dig their own grave with their mouths. You'll dig a grave with your mouth quicker than you will with a shovel. So my mother always said, and I'm gonna let them do that, because they come out and my character is slandered or libel, and D. Tubman have those full recordings. I'm gonna take them right on the court, sue of everything they had, I'll give them some money for a flight ticket back to the little Rome town that they ran from to come to ours, and they tried to disrespect us, so let them try. I also want to say a lot of good things are happening. We have done in like 3 or 4 years what it historically takes movements 10 years to do. Like, we've took a topic that was really a fringe topic, and now it's like a mainstream topic. Everyone talks about reparations, either for it or against it, either a stupid idea or the idea that's actually a legitimate way that's worth there being called reparations. And this movement is booming, it's growing. The movement of Blue No Matter Who, people are getting fed up with that. And now a lot of our Black American brothers and sisters and any allies, if they're out there, they're looking for a home, and they're finding us. And I'm proof of that, because I was looking for a home. And I'm telling you, I didn't know when I was looking to contact South Carolinians for this little reparations army thing that we want to do here, this reparation initiative. I was able to get up to hundreds, and now almost every single one I contacted signed up. So we're growing. If this was just last year, that would not have happened. Some of the people that wrote me said they just came across reparations stuff when they saw my commercial, or when they came on Twitter space, so this movement is growing. And I know several of you, like Beach, Alphas, Afro, I know y'all are like podcasts, y'all do your content. That helps spread the word. This movement is growing.
I'm going to say, first off, this has been, despite the technical difficulties, this has been a phenomenal space. Shout out to all of the speakers here. Shout out to everybody listening. I'm going to say we need to learn from mistakes of the past. Okay, the definition of insanity is doing the same over and over again, but expecting a different result. Okay, that's what insanity is, and that's not what we're doing anymore. One of the things that I've argued is the fact that we can lead by example. And I always reference this to the Black Panther Party. It started with Huey Newton and Bobby Seale. They said, hey, this is what our people need, so we're going to do it. I got your back, you got mine, to do it. They didn't sit there and they didn't be all like, oh my, everybody's not doing it. We need all of these people to do it. They said, I got your back, you got mine, that's enough. And they did it. And it became a nationwide thing. They didn't wait for every single person to get on board. They led by example. That example alone with Bobby Seale and Huey Newton shows that it doesn't take majority of anybody to lead something. Most of the leaders are always in the minority, especially in the beginning. They're always in the minority. Right now, we're leading the conversation. We're in the minority today. Today, we're in the minority. Next year, we're not going to have such a big minority. The minority is going to get smaller because people are going to be following behind the example that we're leading. So this is what we need to do. Like Marcel said, boots on ground. That's leading by example. You might be the only one out there, and then next week it might be 5 people, and then 10 people, and then 100 people are out there. But it starts with that first person who is out there, even if they're by themselves. Okay, so that's one of the things we do. Another thing that I'm glad that we're doing is we have decided to not wear any capes for anybody. One thing about other communities is that they always have taxes that people pay. You need to pay. They will be knocking on doors like, sir, you have not contributed to the community in such a long time, sir. Like, what's going on? We need to start charging people to the game. And now I'm glad that we're starting to do that now. You got people who out there cooning and, bootlegging and whatever. And then they get shot by the police, and then they're looking to us, and they're all like, guys, come help me, come help me. FBA, please come save me. And we have historically been the damn Avengers for everybody, but now we're starting to charge people to the game. So when we find out they're cooning and then something happened to them, they're like, guys, I really need your help. we sent up there. Well, it looks like we're in early September. It looks like the last time you paid your taxes was in March. So we decided to discontinue your FBA protection service. In order to renew your policy, it's going to take a 2-year probation and a lot of back taxes. That's it. We've been treating everything like a business now. That's what we need to do. We need to understand that we can lead by example and stop taking the capes, take the capes off for everybody that has not been contributing. Everybody needs to contribute something to some degree somehow. And if you're in some type of religious community or whatever, they're gonna make you pay some type of taxes. You're paying to a church, you're paying to a mosque, you're just something. You contribute something, or else everybody's gonna look at you like, hey, I ain't seen you put $1 in the pot in a little minute, brother. What's going on with you? What happens is that we have too many people who do above and beyond to carry the weight of everybody else. We're cutting those strings off. Everybody is walking by themselves in unison. That's what we need to lead a movement. We don't need to be pulling people along. Either you're going to walk with us or you're not. But if you're not going to walk with us, we're not walking back for you. And I'll land there.
I want to phrase everybody. Doesn't everything feel different nowadays? Have y'all noticed that? Everything is fresh. Everything is new. We're really atoning for all the cooning of the past. Like, we're really sitting here really doing real shit, y'all. Like, we're really focusing on things, terms and words that didn't work for us. We got rid of them. You know, and people who didn't work for us, we got rid of them. Policies that don't work for us, we got rid of them. I feel a difference. I feel like a whole new wave, a whole new energy. And I think it's ignited and, you know, kind of rebirthed foundational Black America. How y'all feel?
Age of Aquarius. I gotta say it. I'm sorry, y'all, but that's the times we're in. It is. If you stick by your truth, you really will end up looking like a prophet, because the truth is going absolutely nowhere. Like, I say that all the time, but see, we're kind of like the starting phase of Black America. Like, I hope you understand, we have a heightened frequency in the way that we are the first people that are coming up with this. Black Americans outside, like, I'm sorry, but majority of us, we have a long way to go. But I love rooms like this because it shows me how much of us are like-minded, how much of us see that there is a problem, and this is all that I could hope for. All that I could hope for.
It used to be a time where, you know, people would be ashamed to admit that, you know, they had family that came from the South, and said it felt more exotic to say, oh, I got family from Trinidad and Tobago or Jamaica, whatever the case is. But now I'm seeing a lot of those foreign flags coming down. I've noticed that. I don't know if you guys have noticed that the way I have. I'm seeing a lot of those foreign flags now being taken down, and they want to blend in with us, because what the it thing to do is what's going on in the energy that's going on outside right now. It's to be us. Okay, it's not, the energy is not to be someone that left and you know, fled from something. The energy is to stay and fight. So I think we're leading the charge on that. And I do, while there are people in the room, I do, again, I don't want to bring the energy down, but I do want to remind us of our brother, you know, Ogun Spirit. Again, if you guys have anything, you know, that brother lost his newborn child. If you guys have anything to donate to that brother to help bury that child, I'm pretty sure that brother would be more than, you know, appreciative for, you know, his loss. You know, yeah.
Much respect. Everything counts. Everything counts. And that's what it's all about. Like, now is the time. Like, now, right now is the time for us to continue to help each other, uplift each other. Now is the time for us to get everything done. I remember just, you know, 5-6 years ago, and it was nowhere near like it is now. Brother Marcel said it. We've done more in 4 years, and people really done in 10, 20 years. You know, they was tap dancing and doing a lot of that stuff, you know, a couple years ago, the Yes We Can era, all of that type of stuff. Being foundational Black American and proud and representing your lineage, culture, and heritage was the last thing they wanted us to do. As a matter of fact, I always say we're living a dream that's, you know, supremacy's nightmare. You know, this is what we're doing, and it's completely different. Every day we wake up right now, I believe, you know, in much respect to every other era of, you know, people inside of this country, I promise you, because we wouldn't be here without them. But I tell you, the era we're living in right here, right now, today, oh, it's special. It's unique, and everybody is all a part of it. I'm happy to be a part of it because we seeing change happen in real time. Real time. Now we waiting, we going to sleep, and we saying, well, one day my kids will live a better world. We like, well, how about we live the better world now? Okay, how about we get it today? How about we get our money today? How about we get our tangibles today?
I'm
You
sorry,
feel me?
I hate when people do that. You know, I may not live, but my generation, hell with that. No, we're going to get it now, and we're going to keep it moving. So, no, that's why it's going to happen now. I ain't no damn generations from now. It may be a long time. Hell with that. Get that defeatist Negro mentality out of here. It's going to happen the moment as soon as we decide. No, someone said it before, so I'm still in this. Some lady on here said, the reason we don't have reparations yet, because we keep asking for it and not demanding it. And she's absolutely right. The moment we demand to stop asking for it, we'll get it.
Hey, when they take these boycotts and I see them, have all these little boycotts, they always leave out the term "or else." They'll just boycott for no reason. Like when the NBA players had their little boycott and they threw little jerseys on the ground, picked the jerseys back up, put them back on, and then went and played for Slave Master. They didn't really say "or else." They didn't give those consequences. They didn't have zero tolerance. And that's the difference between all of us right now. And the point what you just said, Brother Sage, you made a damn good point. I remember when the South was just this thing and people wanted to talk about everywhere else but the South, it was whatever. Now a lot of folks are seeing, as we look back to Africa as the homeland, people are finding out right here in Foundational Black America, the homeland is the South, which is much respect to any other place you went to. That's your personal home. But when you start coming down here to the South and you really start feeling that vibration, I literally seen probably 15 to 20 people just on Twitter say that they were in the South driving, felt a funny feeling in a frequency. Shout out to what you were just saying, JL. And then they start understanding, damn, that plantation right there, my people were from. And they didn't even know it at the time. They felt it later. There's an energy in the air. There's an energy, there's frequencies. It's all in the air. We all feeling it. It's got us here right now on code. It's got us regulating the coons. It's got us really holding each other down. Sticking up for the folks down in Jackson, Mississippi. The people have less than. Much respect to our brother Ogun Spirit, and just helping each other out. There was a time in the day where people would let that slide. We don't do that now, and we got to just keep on pushing that, that real energy. Let me say this too. Shout out to my brother Zilla. I don't know if it says Zilla is the co-host on y'all, but Zilla has not been here for a while. They keep dropping Zilla down and out. So Zilla, I know you listening, fam. I told you I'm gonna hold you down, brother. I'm gonna hold you down all the time, man. Brother Torian Reigns in the building. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, what's going on? B1 to everybody in the space. Black Alpha, I was actually gonna say anything, but when you had said something about going down south and feeling a vibration or something like that, it reminded me of something I felt when I went to a very, very special place of one of our great ancestors, and that was Nat Turner. I actually remember back in 2016, or something like that, when I had my original YouTube channel, I had said when I reach 1,000 subscribers, I was going to go down to Hampton, Virginia, Southampton, Virginia, where Nat Turner was from, and go see his insurrection and actually record and document it. Unfortunately, because my original channel got deleted, I no longer have that footage. But I remember going down there and just talking to the people down there, and I was asking them questions. They was giving me a little bit of history. They showed me where he was from, where he was born at. They actually showed me where the insurrection was at, like where they had the revolt. Also, they showed a shack where he and other people who were on the plantation gathered up white people and held them as hostages in a shack for hours before eventually deleting them. And when I say that was probably one of the most eye-opening moments for me right there, it's like literally chills went through my body. It almost brought tears to my eyes because I'm like, wow, I actually got to experience some kind of history without actually being there, but now I know that it was real. And ironically, it was the same year that the movie Birth of a Nation, which was about Nat Turner, got released. It was a few months before that. When I went there, it was like July 2016. And I actually went there. So if anybody, I know JL said that she went to Hampton University. So that insurrection is somewhere near there. It's almost near the North Carolina state line. It's about 10 miles away from the North Carolina state line. And it just felt so empowering to know that I was actually able to go and like be in an area where one of our ancestors actually led a historical slave revolt. And the thing is, it's so many more that happened. Like, really look at those markers that say insurrections on them, and you'll be able to see what a lot of our ancestors back then actually did. Some of them weren't successful, but that doesn't mean they didn't try. And that brother and a lot of others definitely did try. And while they weren't exactly as successful as they wanted to be, due to unforeseen circumstances, they definitely left their mark on history.
To touch on Noros, if you were going to go, you can go.
No, I didn't realize my mic was open the whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, to touch on what you all have been saying about like energy, I recently went to the house of our brother Fred Hampton just to pay a visit. Now, I couldn't go inside, but I took a couple pictures outside the building, and there was a very unique, special type of energy just outside of the house. It made me not want to leave. I was just going to go over there to take some pictures, but I literally just sat in my car. Like, pulling off actually made me upset. I was actually upset leaving that place. That's why I said in the beginning, the very first thing I said is, like, we carry the spirit of our ancestors, the energy and the resistance and the urge for justice that our ancestors had, that Fred Hampton had, that Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Sojourner Truth, and all of them. We carry that energy. Okay, we're the new breeds of those people. That's how you know we come from great stock. That's how you know we come from good cloth, because the same resistance to injustice that they have, we have that same thing. When you listen to their speeches, it's not like they're just reading a script on a piece of paper. You can tell every single word of what they're saying is coming directly from the heart and from the soul. And that's the way I feel when I listen to you all speak. I can tell that you guys didn't write it down, and you weren't like, okay, well, I'm going to say this, and then at that point, I'm going to say that and that and that. You guys are just, it's off the dome, and it's out the heart, and it's coming through, and I feel the energy and the power of everything. You know, so shout out to everybody in here, because this is a very high-frequency space, and shout out to you, Black Alpha, the co-host Beatzilla, and Queen Alpha. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with Afro. This is definitely a very high energy space. And I'm gonna say something that may sound a little strange to y'all, but you know, another thing where I feel our ancestors' energy, like, you know, I'm in South Carolina, so you know, it's plantations galore, the Tabby homes. For those who don't know what Tabby is, I know Black Alpha, Queen Alpha do. And other people who are from the coast of South Carolina, the coast of Georgia, and north of Florida. And you know, Tabby is the cement made from oyster shells, limestone, sand, mud, and clay, and they used to make palaces and stuff out of it. When we in churches, well, when I go to the Tabby ruins or the old burnt ruins, church ruins in Sheldon, or I visit one of the plantations, of course, or the praise houses. For those who don't know, in the Gullah Geechee community, you have these little small buildings called praise houses that were almost like juke joints, but they were religious. They were also used for root rituals and stuff too. You can feel the energy, but you know what's funny? When it comes to food, I kid you not, when I eat the dishes of my culture, and I don't cook it, I go to the kitchen, these old black ladies, they'll cook it, and it's just, like, I can feel, like, almost hear my great-grandmother in the kitchen cooking, almost hear her putting it on a plate and bringing it to us. And I used to see my great-grandmother make all the stuff, tomato and okra stew, you know, shrimp and grits, you know, corn cakes, or whatever people call it, different things, but corn cakes, you know, hush puppies, or red rice, or hop and down, or tomato okra stew, whatever it was. And I could just see, I would look at her at the time and say she was doing what her grandmother, because my great-grandmother was raised by her grandparents, she was doing what my great-great-great-grandparents had taught her. And I was like, these are traditions that were passed down. I'm thinking, it just hits me like, we are literally from those same 4 million people that were emancipated in 1865. Like, literally, we literally are from them. And we literally inherited things from them, their spirit, their fight, their debt. And it would be an insult to not continue with fighting for the debt that they were fighting to get paid. So, but I don't know, food too makes me remember, I get a power from it. Now, of course, I can eat burger and fries and stuff like that. That don't have no power. But when I see a Freedman dish in front of me, I can feel the power. It's like I can see like it looks like my ancestors were passing down for me to have. I always think like that. But then I'm greedy. I can eat all the time. Don't let my side food. I can eat all the time.
I'm gonna go there with y'all tonight since we rocking. This space started off real structured, but I knew it was gonna come to this, and I was waiting on it to turn into the block party that we always do. And I'm thinking about what our brother Torian just said, brother, and you said something that really got me. And I gotta ask this. I'm gonna get real spiritual right now for a moment, and I'm gonna piggyback off what you just said, brother Marcel. When it comes to foundational Black Americans, I'm gonna propose this question to everybody. I feel we're the only culture that has individuals that feel that ancestral presence. I don't hear like dominant society and the tethers. I don't ever hear them talk about it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. But do you guys ever have family members like little cousins, kids, or whatever that remember their grandparents that they never saw? And they'll say shit like, that was grandma in the picture, or I only hear this from foundational Black Americans. I don't hear this from anybody else. It'd be a little niece or a little cousin, and they'll say, oh, that's grandma. And they'll be like, how you know? Because grandma was here 4 years before you got here. I always hear this story coming up as a foundational Black American. I see people post this on Twitter all the time. And I know it's not just no accident, no coincidence. And it reminds me of that same feeling that Brother Marcel, Brother Torian say when they go there. It's the same vibration I got. Does anybody else feel that same vibe? Because me and Queen Alpha talk about it all the time. We've all heard it. I just want to ask the panel.
Can I chime in on that, brother?
Hey, it's all you. It's everybody. Go ahead and rock.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say really quick. I see cardinals. So I live in a condo. I live 15 feet up, and I see a cardinal, and I know that it's one of my grandmas because both my grandmas have like passed away. And sometimes I feel my ancestors most when I'm kind of like going in distress or I'm kind of like being attacked in some way. Like I don't do anything to really have altars or anything. I just know that I'm protected because of how things pan out. But yeah, like I've noticed that too. But I always get that. And another thing, when I drive, I get butterflies flying past my car. Do any of y'all see that? But I feel like that's ancestors as well.
So my cousin's house, they live in Brownsville. My grandmother, the one that was on my mother's side, the one that's from South Carolina, she lived in the house for like a couple of years, but she's passed away since 2017, and ever since that we have like just like a face print in like what is this called? God, in the curtains. There's a face print in the curtains, and I don't know whose face that is, but a lot of us think that's her, just checking out the family, making sure everybody is doing good or whatnot. But I got something for the family. What's something that's very interesting. I remember my grandmother was here. I never met my grandfather. My grandfather was from Mount Pleasant. My grandmother was from Georgetown, South Carolina. Right? So I never met my grandfather. He passed away way before me and my brother, my sister, all that was born. But, and this is a little family business right here. Since we family, I might as well share this. My grandfather used to have a pet name for my grandmother that there's no way that someone of my generation could have known because we never met him. But my brother called her that when he was 4 years old. How did he know that? I don't know. So I do believe that, according to my mom, because my grandmother told her this, she walked in the house one day and then he called her the pet name. And my grandma was like, how did you know to call me that? Because that's not her actual name. That's what my grandfather used to always call her. So to this day, we still believe that my grandfather visited my brother and said something to him that gave him, the inkling to call my grandmother that name. And that right there just lets me know that our ancestors are always with us, even when, we're babies. I think that babies see things that we don't see. They see past ancestors because we all, I believe, were called here by someone. Okay, we didn't just, yes, it was sex. I get it. I get all that. But we were called here by something higher for a purpose to do something. And with that, I digress.
Anybody else want to take that? Because apparently this is something that goes. Matter of fact, let me elaborate. I got one, brother. You just said face print family. I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. Queen Alpha will point out things. She'll show me things, and I'll see things, and it'll literally be face prints in any object. It'll be the strangest place. You know what I'm saying? And it's always something that's resembling of a black person. It's a black woman. You feel me? It's a black woman. There is no mistake about it. You feel me? To the point that probably if we look back and we, went through pictures, we'd probably be able to match it to a face. But these type of things happen, and I don't hear other people talk about it. Maybe they don't, elaborate on it. Maybe they don't embrace it or whatever. And that goes back to now, because if you notice, we've also been, on this new revolutionary thing of embracing our spirituality, which we used to try to suppress back in the day, and they used to try to put everybody else's on us and make, whatever spirituality we had as a bad thing. And now we're starting to genuinely see it to where we can have these conversations and we can share these notes that we see things, we feel things. And to your point as well, Brother Sage, I always feel like one's going, one's coming. One's going, one's coming. So, the young generation on their way here, they're seeing the people who are out. And like you said, they get called on. And these are the things that fuel us. So is people think this is just some, minor thing or whatever. This is what fuels us when it comes to reparations. This is what fuels us when we come out here and we deal with these, ops and these energies out here. This is what keeps us going. So it's very significant, because if our ancestors did not have that spirituality, they would have never made it. As a matter of fact, that spirituality that we feel, like Brother Afro felt when he went to Fred Hampton's house, Brother Marcel felt, Brother Sage, Brother Torian, all of us, if we didn't have that same energy, then we would fall, to the ground. And that's the same energy that our ancestors had in them killing fields of the South when they're picking cotton, being abused, brutalized, and murdered. If they didn't have that type of energy, we wouldn't be here right now. So we're a living testament that this shit is true, this shit is real. And the fact that we could all sit here and tell these stories, that ain't no coincidence. That ain't one big accident. That ain't no mess up. The fact that we can have these same scenarios and instances in different areas of the country with different bloodlines, that shows you genuinely who we really are. Anybody else could take it.
I got one. I got two stories. So this was a few years ago, and I had a dream, and it was about a baby girl being born, and her name was Laura Lee. But in the dream, it was my mother who gave birth to her. So I thought that my mother had like a secret baby or something when I was little. So I asked her, she laughed, and I was like, Mom, who's Laura Lee? I said, you ever had a baby named Laura Lee? She was like, Laura Lee? How you know that name? I said, I had a dream that you had a little girl named Laura Lee. She said, that's my great aunt that died years ago before you were even born. So she was just like blown out of her mind. Because how would I know about Laura Lee? She never told me about Laura Lee. And then one day I was in the kitchen cooking. That was about 1920 at that time. And I was just cooking at the stove, and then out of nowhere to my right, a little girl disappeared. A pretty little dark-skinned girl with two little ponytails. I ain't gonna front. I dipped up out of that kitchen. I don't play with spirits. If y'all know me, I always say, spirits, if y'all up in here and you know me, don't be popping up on me. Give me a little slight warning. Don't run up on the sister, because I'm out. So I've always felt that connection. I used to have recurring dreams when I was younger. Me and one of my cousins used to share dreams. So it was really weird, but like beautiful at the same time. So we're all connected in some way, and it's really divine to me. And that's
let me tell you what to do about those spirits. You get you some blue bottles, like we do down here in the Low Country. You put those blue bottle trees in front of your home, and that takes care of it. That's something else we all have a conversation about. I know for some people it's not comfortable, and it gets into the religious field, so I don't want to go there, but I do like for us to talk about folklore. Because really, Black Americans, people like that, like remember Michael B. Jordan, it's not like we don't have our own folk magic or something like that. And remember, he kind of got a backlash, because we do. We have a rich one, especially all of us, but especially like in the Low Country. People talk about Louisiana, but like in the Low Country, South Carolina, Georgia, Low Country, root and voodoo and those things are heavily practiced here. And what's funny is that you go to my home, and I do this. I have a broom right outside my house. My great-grand aunt's broom right outside our house, because it was believed to keep hags away, because they are obsessive compulsive, and they will count the straws. That's why you had a jar, and then you had a little jar of salt to capture them. So it's all type of things like that. So much that I feel like we inherited from our ancestors. I feel like we inherit a lot of things from them, but also their power. Because how else do we overcome all this stuff that we overcome?
I'm going to say, once again, this is definitely a high energy space. But I don't necessarily believe in coincidence. I believe that we are here for a reason. I believe that we have a purpose in our life. And when each person, each speaker, each listener in this very space, I believe that each one of us are here for a reason. It might not be the same reason, but the goal is ultimately the same. We're here for a specific purpose, a specific mission. We're not just here by coincidence and stumbled upon this. We were chosen for this. We were sent here for this. We were born for this. This is what I personally believe. And I'm glad that we're actually connecting the dots, because we've always seen signs. You know how when you start connecting the dots in like a little coloring book, and you can kind of figure it out, or you can even figure out kind of what it is before you start connecting the dots. But if there's a couple dots missing, it's going to throw the whole image off. The second we start learning our history, learning our lineage, and learning things about ourselves, then we get all of the dots. Then we start connecting it and seeing the true picture. That's why we walk the way we walk. That's why we talk the way we talk. That's why we move the way we move, because we realize that realistically we're like royalty. If you guys have ever seen those movies of the peasant who was always mistreated and then found out that he or she had royal blood and they're the heir to the throne, that's what we realize about ourselves. That's why we're approaching people differently. I've seen in this year alone, in the last couple years, to be honest, I've seen more videos of black people whooping white people's ass than I've ever seen in my life, because we've connected the dots now. It's not the same anymore. We're looking at everybody like, hey, I'm royalty. Don't talk to me like that. Not that we're, egotistical about it, but you look at yourself and you have pride in yourself and your history and lineage that we have always been told that we shouldn't have. That I made a post not too long ago. We are always told that we shouldn't take claim to what our ancestors built. Oh, America's never been for you. You shouldn't take claim. You shouldn't be proud about America. Man, I am proud about America. Okay, America's messed up in a lot of ways, and we're fixing those ways. But America wouldn't be here without us. I am very proud of what our people have done. I'm very proud of my royal blood. I feel like we're all royal blood. We're kings and queens in this country. And now that we're starting to realize that, we're realizing that the throne belongs to us. Reparations belong to us. And we're walking like that and we're moving like that. And that's motivating people and moving the needle. So I'm proud of everything that our ancestors have done and everything that we're doing now to live up to their name. And I'll land there.
Yeah,
Hey,
I like
brother.
to chime in. Oh,
hey, real quick. Hey, Lion, I'm gonna let you go, brother. Afro, I got a quick question for you, family. When you watch those videos of us, whipping people up, do you watch them extra, man? Because I be watching them on slow mo, repeat, rewind. I love them videos.
So, if I could change my screensaver to a GIF, and I actually could, I've done that before. The dude busting the dude across the head with the iced tea, with the sweet tea, that was a screensaver of mine on my laptop. I felt so. I've never drunk as much sweet tea in my life after that video. You go ahead, Linus.
yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit. I'm pretty private. I don't know if a lot of people have noticed that about me. I'm pretty private. But what I will share about my spirituality is that I am deeply, deeply intuitive. I'm a great, great, great descendant of a chieftain. And when I was born into this life, like my purpose, I was fortunate enough to know that like my purpose, like it was already here for me when I came in and just walked into it, right? It chose me. I didn't choose it. And something I said yesterday, something that I say when I come into spaces all the time is that because I'm held to, or I try to, I aspire to keep up with higher vibrations and frequencies, but also accountability in terms of who I am and who I want to be on this planet. I'm completely accountable to my ancestors. I'm completely accountable to my parents, my grandparents, my community and stuff. And, when I walk that way, it's just really a blessing because I'm able to not only live out my purpose, but to be as impactful and focused as I can be. When I do have that level of accountability to my bloodline, which is really powerful. Like I'm just literally doing what my father did. I'm doing what my grandparents did, what my grandfathers did, what my mother did, what all of us were, doing this work. So for me, it's really serious, for us to go out here and put ourselves on the line, everyone in this space, who's here for the right reason, because not everyone is here for the right reason, but that's their contract with the creator, the Most High, whatever they got going on, not my business, right? But those of us who are focused and on code, like, we have a divine purpose. And what our brother Afro and everyone was just saying is that we were chosen for this work. And that just goes to show how powerful our freedmen, FBA ancestors were, our lineage. Because our direct ancestors, those of us who are on this stage and listening and in this work, they reincarnated themselves and their purpose through us to live out in this lifetime. And it's an honor and it's a privilege, but it's also a responsibility that I'm grateful to step into, and to also find community with you all and like minds. And anyone willing to build and do something positive, I'm here for it. I just wanted to say that, but that I am completely and wholly accountable to my ancestors. I talk to them, I see them daily. I have spiritual gifts that I don't necessarily talk about that really guide me and help maneuver me. And that's why before we got off the political thing, I made that comment about moving forward. The next steps is to put spirituality and our internal work first, because it's only going to make what we vibrate out into the world and what we do for this work more powerful. And I land my plane there. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank y'all for listening.
Much respect, sister, and much respect to everybody in the room, everybody who listened, everyone who spoke. This is really foundational Black Americans, to the core. And we pretty much encompass everything about us. And that's exactly how I wanted it to be, family. I didn't want it to be about one issue or one item. I appreciate everybody, because I was DMing everybody and make sure, that, we could put this thing together and seeing if everybody was available. We can get our schedules together, because we are out here doing a lot of real work. We are out here really putting it down. And a lot of us are busy balancing our personal lives, but at the same time fighting and being in this struggle of promoting foundational Black American excellence and combating the system of anti-Black racism. And what I always say, anti-foundational Black American racism is an exclusive brand where people target us from all over, because we know if we are exquisite people and we are exceptional people, then therefore we're going to get exceptional hate and exclusive hate come our way. But that's okay. We've been ready for it since day one all the way around. So I did want to talk about all the political things, the social things, put up things in the Jumbotron to help, our brothers and sisters who had recent loss, Jackson, Mississippi, just everything, thoughts, minds, everything, all the energy on the table. We started off structured, but then I knew it was going to turn into a block party. And that's really what I like. And that's really what I'm most comfortable with, is when it just gets into everybody just going in and shooting and no patterns, just letting it be. Because that's who we are. We're real people. We don't act, all prim and proper, and we don't fake the front. We created the term keeping it real. Everything that's real and authentic is coming from us. So we started off talking about reparations. We ended speaking about spirituality, but everybody has to understand that the fight for reparations is a spiritual one. Okay. The fight to be free is a spiritual one. The fight to get your tangibles is a spiritual one. You got to speak it, believe it, receive it, physically, mentally, and spiritually. And if you got two without the three, you don't have nothing. And I see and I listen and I hear all of us, and it's clear to know that we all have an encompass of all three of those, the trifecta, and that's what's going to get us through there. So I definitely want to wrap this up. And I want to say thank you to everybody who came through and listened. Folks who's having issues, with the playback, that's just what's going to always happen on Twitter Spaces. That's what it is. But it was very, very important for me with a lot of the, negative vibes and negative. It's crazy that we end talking about positive energy and spirits and all that. We had no tethers come up here, no coons, nobody coming here to suck the energy dry, because we made it a point. We was not going to let them. I wanted to keep it within the speakers. I wish I would have got some more people up, but Twitter acting crazy. But I said in the beginning, if somebody had a funny style profile, I was not accepting them, because how many times do we have a space and someone comes, just blurts out something and runs? That's what they want to do. That's how they want to stop us, but they cannot stop us. So I'm glad everybody did show up, and we've been chopping it up for a long time. And that's why these, spaces are very productive. And also when we meet out here in the real world and we do the same exact things, I want to go around to everybody and let everybody speak. But I do want to say this, most importantly, I appreciate everybody for pulling up, coming through and speaking their mind. I learned a lot listening to everybody. I take something away from everyone. We got to keep doing this. We got to keep doing this. We can have our individual spaces, but we got to continue to have these spaces where we all in one spot. like all convening and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because we'll have a lot of different, we got a lot of bosses in our community. We're not like tethers. We don't run, hop, skip, and jump. Okay. We stand where we are. So it's good sometimes to just stop for a while and get one space where we all in it and we can just freestyle and just go and no nothing, just real foundational Black American energy. We got to do this, man, once a month, twice a month, once every, season. It don't matter how. Let's just continue to do this, and it's all about building. So I'll let everybody speak, and we'll wrap it on up. I do want to say shout out to my brother Zilla. He's about to go live. They was messing with Zilla from day one. I told you I was going to hold you down, though, Zilla. We can go over to his YouTube channel right now. He's about to go live probably here in any minute, and he's going to bring in callers. So anybody who wants to do it's going to be a recap, and we can really, flex on that side of things. But everybody can go ahead, no particular order. Anybody want to jump in and say their final piece, and I'll wrap it up at the end. But I do appreciate everybody because this was something I had in my mind months ago, and I was like, yo, we need to make an FBA Freedmen United space, and I want to reach out to everybody because we be seeing a lot of the love and hip hop stuff going on out here, and a lot of us who stay real and we kind of try to stay out that lane. They be trying to pull us into those lanes and all that kind of stuff. Like they want us to get dirty. We ain't doing none of that, man. We kept it real. Everybody got along. Everybody was peaceful, and that's the type of energy that we're going to always promote because we win. They don't win, we do. So anybody wants to take the floor, go ahead, family, and I appreciate everybody. And then we'll wrap it up at the end.
Hey, can I just piggyback on what you just said?
You know it.
To keep it positive, but like you said, those love and hip hop spaces. As an example, just before this space opened up, I was in a space. I thought it said something about uniting, but I should have known it was a troll space because it had Djibouti in the title. The short version is this one guy, Ruckus, his name is Ruckus, so I should have known. But Texwell was in there trying to explain, how we get people to run for political office. He turned and started attacking us, saying that we were naysayers. Then he turned on me because I was saying, hey, you got to raise a lot of money. This is how you do it. And he kept cutting me off. Then he told the room, I'm not nothing. I've never done anything for Black people in LA. Like just dumb stuff like that. When you have legitimate people out here working, holding spaces, we have got to create, we have to create a code amongst ourselves. We were pretty good at this on Clubhouse at first. When you see the fuckery, hit that block button. When you see people tearing down, not just me, when you see people tearing down people that you know are out there righteously working and putting forth the message, or they're running with Sir Major and stuff like that and diluting our message, in real life, you wouldn't run with coons and fools. So on this app too, we have to be disciplined. They have to understand to sit and talk with us, to be around us. They have to conduct themselves on a high vibrational level. So I'm just appealing to you guys, stop entertaining the fuckery. If they want to be those people, the love and hip hop people, have a love and hip hop room, but stay out of our business. Don't bring up our reparations or anything serious if you're going to come for the people doing the work. So let's just be disciplined and stop entertaining people that are harming the whole movement. Peace, love, and reparations. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I love what everybody said. I love everyone in the room. Let's keep this going. We're winning. Just keep talking. Thank you.
I enjoyed the space. I'm honored y'all invited me, and I really enjoyed it. So hope to have many more like it. So thank y'all.
Peace to the family, as normal, as always. Thank you for the invitation. Again, I just want to use my last closing words on my brother, Ogun Spirit. Whatever y'all can give, y'all could just give a retweet for that. That'll help that brother out. Again, we all we got, family. And with that, I close.
Also, yes, thank you so much for the space. Black Alpha, Queen Alpha, Brother B Zilla, everyone on the panel. I do want to leave my closing words. My heart, condolences, and thoughts go out to our brother Ogun Spirit, and also praying for him and his family through this difficult time. Please go ahead and do what you can to support and contribute if you can. And let's also keep our family in Jackson, Mississippi, and everywhere else on the planet, where we're catching hell. You know, even in this concept of the United States of America, let's keep our folks in prayer and do what we can with what we can. All right. I'll see y'all soon, and I look forward to the next build. Peace.
I just want to say thank you, Black Alpha, for having me. I just want to say shout out to you, because every time I'm in your spaces, you know, I feel high vibrational. I leave these conversations feeling inspired, feeling like I want to go and call somebody. You know, I don't feel drained. I don't feel mad. I don't feel pissed off. Like these lies, they just, you know, I don't feel any of that. And I love this. This is how I felt when spaces first started. So I have to tell you that, like, my heart chakra, it's balanced. I feel great right now. So I have to say shout out to you. I also like how you have all the different Black Americans, you know, from the different groups. It's something about your rooms is where everyone comes together. So I love that. Beatzilla, you know, ever since I met him, always supportive. He's not the type to like turn you away. Like he tends to see the things that other people don't see. So shout out to him. So supportive. Queen Alpha, you're not always super vocal, but you're always there holding it down. I can tell you're a great support system. You hold that power. I love that about you. Afro, honorable mention to Afro, because he's been out here. He's been getting a lot of flack for speaking real truth to power that a lot of people will not do. But shout out to you, Afro, I have to say, because you don't care. You speak your truth and you say what needs to be said. So shout out to you. Sage, I've seen you in rooms. You're always speaking truth. I love that about you. I love the fact that you're always, you know, speaking up for us. I love the passion behind that. Nordos 106, you know, you shut Twitter down. You inspired a lot of people. I love that. I love what you did by, you know, creating that visibility in California, a place where visibility is not seen. Lioness, you came on the scene with your knowledge, your eloquence. Haven't even seen your face, but that's beauty to me if I've ever seen it. So yeah, shout out to everyone in the room. I love these spaces. I definitely want to have more, and I would love to do a spirituality space because I have so much more to share with that. But yeah, this was good. Thank you so much.
I want to say, Black Alpha, you know I've been rocking with you for a long time, man. We when I hear the song Started From the Bottom, Now We Here, I think about me and you. I think about a few people, but I think about how me and you started literally from the bottom, and now we're out here and we're making waves and we're making a difference, you know. So definitely shout out to you. When I first came in this room and I saw all of the speakers that you had.
Peace. Can y'all hear anything?
No, it went out for me too. I thought I was.
Oh, okay. Brother Afro.
I think yeah, y'all can hear me. They dropped. Okay, you back, Afro? I got you,
Yeah,
family.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says I'm listening. I don't know why my app just completely closed. That's something else. So I'm gonna wrap up. When I saw all the speakers piling up in here, I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, this man really just assembled the Avengers. I'm sitting up there looking like all of the heavyweights that this man has gotten in the room. I don't think anybody has understand the real genius of this man's name, Black Alpha Network, the name network. The fact that he can pull people together, that he can grab people and have a high frequency space the way he has. That's a beautiful thing. That's an honorable thing that a lot of people might not be able to appreciate, but I definitely see it. So definitely shout out to you. Shout out to all of the speakers who are in here, all of the listeners who are in here. You know what I'm saying? You guys really motivate me. You guys don't know how much I appreciate you guys. I can't say it enough. That when I get out, there's so many days I don't feel like getting up and I feel like doing what I'm doing, but I do it because I know you guys have my back, and I know that I'm making the world better for people like us and for the next generation. And I know you guys are doing the same. So this is Black Alpha. I remember saying this to you when we had our collaboration, how kings build other kings, but this is kings building kings and queens building queens and kings building queens and all of that stuff. This is royalty building other royalty. This is really what it means. So definitely shout out to you. I can't wait to have another space like this again. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate all of the speakers. And I land there.
Hey, appreciate you all the way, Afro. And you're right, brother. We started from the bottom, man. That's my brother right there, family. I'm telling y'all, that's my brother. Me and Afro, we really talking like real life. That's my partner right there. All across the board, family. Much respect. I salute everybody in here, man, who came through, man. And definitely, we got to do this again. Even if somebody else hosts, it don't even matter. I'm down. I just want to be a part of it. I just want to kick it with y'all and communicate with y'all, convene with y'all. I ain't got to be the host. I'll be a listener. A speaker. It's whatever. As long as we get together and do it for the whole collective people, that's what it is genuinely all about. You guys are literally some of the smartest people I've ever met. We are all a part of this struggle together. Like, if we was going down and we had to really battle the world, really, kind of what we're doing and all these different groups to come after us, I want to be in a row with every last one of you, and some speakers down here, and then everybody who's listening, you some riders too. So I got nothing but respect, 100%, and I'm always ride for the people, man. And I appreciate everybody, because this is a family. Y'all are my family. We ain't friends. I don't have friends. It's just family. It's family or ops, and that's the bottom line. And FBA is generally the family. Queen Alpha, come to the stage, darling. I want you to go ahead and give them that certified.
Family, I want to thank everybody for coming through. I know I don't speak a lot, but I'm gonna just tell y'all, I'm antisocial. Black Alpha always trying to get me to talk, and I'm like, nah, you do it. So, but I love all these spaces. Big up to Zilla. Twitter really played him today. I've been trying to get him back up here for a while, but that's not happening. We had a whole agenda for this space. We didn't get to finish it because that just happens when, the vibes is right and you just start chopping it up and it just goes other places. And that's okay, because as long as it stays productive in their solutions, and it's all right. But I just want to thank everybody for supporting us. We've been on this ground for a while. So just thanks for supporting and coming through. So y'all be safe.
Much love, darling. Yeah, you the silencer to my barrel, because y'all know I love to talk. Yin and yang. But all right, I appreciate everybody. If you get the opportunity, subscribe to me, Black Alpha Network on YouTube, and then follow everybody in the room. If you see somebody, just follow them. Subscribe to my brother Afro Elite, Zilla, Torian Reigns, everybody. I don't know who's all got space. Make sure y'all check out my brother Sage music. Go to his profile. It's in it. It's hot fire. Yes, indeed. Salute to Sister JL, Linus Crown, Nordos. Much respect for everything you did out there in Power 106. I was watching it every single step of the way. That was powerful. That was real pull up. And I definitely had to bring you on here. So I appreciate you, sister. Be Zilla fam. I see you. Our brother Naheem was in here earlier. Nas, you came in here and you set the tone, brother. I appreciate you genuinely. Everybody, if I forgot somebody, my bad. And people in the room, and the playback's going to be even crazier. So one love. You guys stay safe, stay vigilant, stay focused, look over your shoulder, watch over everybody, and we will always be good, because if they are waiting for foundational Black Americans to slip, they're going to be waiting forever, because we do not fold. Appreciate you guys. Good night. One love. Black Alpha Network. Go ahead. Throw it in there.
I know. I'll just say thanks, God. I would have did it.
It's all good. Yes, indeed. All right, man. I love all y'all, man. One love. Salute. Certified.